Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free, coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! We're here at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hello everyone, happy President's Day. Like I said, John with Fun to Be Free here at Magic Kingdom Park. We're actually here to check out the attendance today with a question. Why is it so crowded here at Magic Kingdom Park right now? We're gonna find out. Stay tuned.
What?
Smash that like button. Like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to ring that notification bell. And we're just entering Town Square here, and just up ahead are the Dapper Dans. We'll visit them in a moment, but I just want to take a quick look at the Roy O. Disney bronze statue. He's sitting on the bench here in Town Square near the flagpole. There's the flag blowing in the wind. It's just on the other side here. We'll take a quick look. Roy Disney with Minnie Mouse with guests getting their photos with the Disney Photo Pass photographer. Behind me, you could hear the train whistle from the Walt Disney World Railroad. It sounds like it just pulled into Main Street Station. And there's a large crowd gathered right up here on Main Street USA to watch the Dapper Dans. Let's push in and take a look.
Never see you any. I'm gonna sit on that ferry boat, never to return again. My life's a long forever. Goodbye, my Coney, goodbye, my Coney, goodbye, my Coney Island.
Thanks so much, everyone. And now the Dapper Dans, let's continue on by singing a beautiful love song for all of you. This one's titled, How Can I Miss You If You Won't Go Away? Let's sing it, guys. Let's get no?
Now, does that be the right song? These folks want to hear my favorite song?
Oh, okay.
It's a love song called She Was Only a Farmer's Daughter, but I Never Could Attract Her.
Hey, goofball, I got a different song picked out already.
Sorry.
Actually, this song reminds me of my wife, because much like the main character, my wife's practically perfect in every way, too.
Aww. Cruella de Vil.
Right.
Merry Poppins, guys. Merry Poppins. Jolly holiday. Oh, in a glorious day, bright as the morning in May, I feel like I could fly. Have you ever seen the grass so green, or a bluer sky, a bluer sky? Oh, it's a jolly holiday with Mary. Mary makes your heart so light. When the days rain over Mary, Mary makes the sun shine bright. dances blooming all around her. The daffodils are smiling at the door. When Mary holds your hand, you feel so grand. Your heart starts beating like a big brass band. Oh, it's a jolly holiday with Mary. No wonder that it's Mary that we love. Oh, what a holiday. A bright and jolly day. When the day is gray and ordinary, Mary makes it bright. All right, oh, happiness is blooming all around her. The daffodils are smiling at the dove. When Mary holds your hand, you feel so, your heart starts beating like a boom, boom, boom. Why? Oh, it's a jolly holiday with Mary. No wonder that it's Mary that we love, we love. No wonder that it's Mary that we love. Thank you. How about a hand for the other three guys? Hey!
Hey guys, I got an idea. Why don't we sing a classic Disney love song? Yeah, it's a beautiful love song. It's called Bella Notte,
Bella Notte.
which in Italian means.
Bella Notte.
Already in Italian.
Yeah. Can you translate it?
The English?
Yeah.
So Bella means beautiful.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. Notte actually means the sun.
We learned something here. This is a night, it's a beautiful night, and they call
And Dave, our Varino. Hi, Rob. Hello. He's in the chat. Welcome to the channel today, Dave.
Look in the skies, they have stars in their eyes. On this lovely Bella Notte. Side by side with your loved one, you'll find enchantment. The night will weave its magic spell, and the one you love is near. For this is the night, and our heavens are bright on this lovely all right, we'll play Freebird. That's our favorite song. Let's play Freebird on the rock and roll chime, boys. Actually, let's go swimming. What do you say here? Ready? Yeah. Hey! All right, everybody. When the Dapper Dans say hey, all of you say what? Let's try it again. Hey!
What?
How many tickles does it take to make Ursula laugh?
How many?
10 tickles.
Whoa,
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Hey!
Why?
Why should you never give Queen Elsa a balloon?
Why?
Because she'll just let it go. Like the song.
Hey! What did Gaston win at the end of Beauty and the Beast?
What?
The Nobel Prize.
Hey! What?
He
Peter Pan always flying around?
Why?
Because he can never land.
Okay. Under the sea, under the sea, dives better down, rich weather, take what do they got? A lot of sand. We got a four-bar bed. We got no troubles, like these the bubbles under the sea. Hey!
Yay!
Folks, I know you're very inquisitive, especially you, Grandpa. You've been eyeing these things. They're called organ chimes. We have 8 of these. With 8, we can play a C major scale like this. We can also play chords like this chord, this chord, this chord, and really weird chords like discord.
Discord. I just got that.
We can also play a humdinger like this.
That's a humdinger.
Anybody? Yeah. And now, we like to combine the silvery tinkle of the organ chime.
With the golden voices of the Dapper Dans.
By performing a little ditty we like to call.
I call my girl Hinges because she's something to adore.
We said no swing numbers, John. We're going to do electric light.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
To all who come to this happy place, Walt Disney World proudly presents the Main Street U.S.A. Parade.
Now we're in for a treat. Hey, highlight.
Come on, that was pretty good.
Yay!
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Just checking. If you're happy and you know it, lick your nose. Don't flap your nose, Grandpa. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, give us $1. And now accepting magic bands.
Big money? I will take big money over here. Wow.
Boy, they got stabbed real fast.
They are miserable. Even the backside music's miserable. How about we cheer them up by singing their favorite song?
Which one is that?
The last one. The last one. Okay. All right, they're gonna like this. It's about our favorite snowman. No, old one.
Oh, right there.
Feel that cool breeze in the wind. Don't get used to this boredom. Surprise, kids of the land of the I'm good words, streets, summertime. A tree in my hand, I snow up against the sand. Yeah, the yellow places in summer. Finally see a summer breeze blow away on my sand and find out what mountains on and wonderland it gets warm. And I can't always see but he's all the used to find someone who to be so cool in summer. Hey! Well, thanks for remembering, everybody. When we say hey, you say what? Come on, hey!
Hey!
What did one snowman say to the other snowman?
What?
Is it me, or do you smell carrots?
Hey!
What?
What do you call a really old snowman?
What?
Water.
No.
Hey!
What?
What did the snowman's hat say to his scarf?
What?
You hang out here, I'll go on ahead.
Oh.
Hey! What? Why can't snowmen stand in corners? Why? It's always 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It's a math joke.
The summer sun is red moss. Oh, the sky will be blue. You guys will be there too. Nice voice, you take it home. When I finally do the sweet summer, sweet, sweet summer. Take it.
Sweet summer.
Love is on summer.
How many people they remember we're
The Dapper Dans.
Yay!
It's a bit line somewhere.
They are so good. I really enjoy hanging out and watching them. I hope everybody in the chat does as well. I'm attempting to navigate through the semi-crowded sidewalk here, trying to get down to Main Street. I'm going to step off the curb here in just a moment.
Okay. And we're still smiling. This is great.
We will.
So as I just previously mentioned, we just saw the Dapper Dans. Every time I see them, it reminds me of the B Sharps. Remember the B Sharps in The Simpsons? The barbershop quartet with Homer? If it reminds anybody in the chat of that, please comment down below. We'll have a further conversation, I guess. But at any rate, like I was mentioning before, we're actually here to see the increased attendance at Magic Kingdom Park today. We were actually here on Friday, Valentine's Day, and I believe Friday was actually a little more crowded than today. However, it is respectable in terms of the crowds here on Main Street USA here at the Magic Kingdom. So what's the reason behind all this? Well, as we previously discussed, there's multiple factors. Of course, in my opinion, February is excellent weather. Right now, it's probably 70 degrees here in beautiful Central Florida. The sun is shining. There's not a cloud in the sky. There is no detectable humidity. In fact, it was in the 50s, the low 50s this morning here. At any rate, let's continue. But we also looked at DisneyTouristBlog.com, Tom Bricker's website, and he was indicating, of course, the heavy flow, the vacation season, the people coming in from out of town all over the East Coast. They're coming from February 14th through February 23rd, and of course here it is, President's Day, February 17th, and of course the camera's on my ugly mug, but I could flip it and you could actually see ahead here in a moment. You're looking behind me, but I think the increased attendance is up here at the hub in front of beautiful Cinderella Castle. But also I want to mention Ski Week. Ski Week, as far as I know, there's multiple schools along the East Coast that participate in Ski Week, and apparently it's named because they let the kids out and traditionally they go skiing this time of year. So it only makes sense to me there's multiple families up and down the East Coast that either drove or took an airplane down here to Central Florida, and of course they got their reservation probably for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday today. the most busy days we're probably going to see here, with the exception of probably coming this Thursday, Friday as well. Anyways, there's Disney PhotoPass photographers here on my left-hand side. We could always circle back, take a look at the queue as well. But we're approaching the hub here, and I'll flip the camera here in just a moment. If anybody in the chat has any observations on the attendance or why it's even increased this weekend in this period from February 14th to February 23rd, please comment below. And we'll take a look at the castle here. We're just coming up here on a Disney PhotoPass photographer.
Yeah. Oh, you can look good if you ask the prize. What's their last prize on?
And we're now approaching the Walt and Mickey partner statue. As always, it's a very popular spot for people to come and take selfies, family photos, so on and so forth. And here it is. There's Walt Disney and Mickey Mouse with the beautiful flowers down below. I could attempt to read the plaque, but I have bad eyes, so I'm going to take my sunnies off and look. Partners, we believe in our idea. A family park where parents and children can have fun together. Walt Disney. That's what it says on the bronze plaque just below. And we're attempting to circle around the planter here. We'll take a quick look at Cinderella Castle. And as you can see everywhere we look, it's almost everybody has their cameras or cell phones out, snapping photos, making memories. People from out of town. This is great. There is overseas guests here. This is wonderful to see that. There it is, glimmering and glistening in the Central Florida sun. Cinderella Castle with its towering golden spires. And we'll slowly turn around here. And like I said before, lots of people taking photographs. And while we're here, let's do an honorable mention. Here's Goofy, striking a pose. And we can't forget Pluto. And I believe these guests are attempting to activate the My Disney experience with the Magic Band. You can hear Pluto now. No, Goofy. I hear Goofy. And we'll just take a look at these, I should say, the gorgeous arrangement of landscaping with the nice flowers. There's Goofy again. The guests over here activated it. And gathered all up and down Main Street USA are some guests. They're waiting for the 3 o'clock Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade.
My personal favorite spot to watch the show is right.
When we were here on Friday, these crowds were, like I said or mentioned earlier, they were increased, higher levels. It's actually moderately comfortable to walk around the Magic Kingdom right now with the gorgeous weather we're having. And I'll attempt to swing the camera here towards the center of the hub, again at the partner statue. Well, hello there. The cast members here are so nice and welcoming. Okay, like I said before, we're going to swing back and take a look south down Main Street USA into Town Square. You can see the Main Street train station down there. And Disney PhotoPass photographers, people are excited to get their children's photographs. And over on our right-hand side, of course, is Casey's Corner, sponsored in part by Coca-Cola. Nickname Coke Corner, you may hear me say that often. Coke Corner.
Hello, everyone. The Magic Kingdom and Disney Imagination Campus are proud to present from Staten Island, New York, the High School Marching Band.
Okay, we're gonna get on the sidewalk here because we got a marching band coming. Cass has given a heads-up warning, but as you can see, the people milling about Main Street, taking their photographer photographs. Lots of large strollers here in front of the Main Street Bakery featuring Starbucks. Oh, and here's an outdoor vending cast member where you could purchase balloons here. Oh, hello there. And there's some cast members here giving a heads up to the guests to clear off the street and up on the sidewalks. I believe I hear the parade audio. It's in Liberty Square at the moment. So I'm going to gently swing the camera here back south as we head into Town Square. While we were watching the Dapper Dans, I noticed there was quite a large amount of people starting to gather here down at Christmas Tree Point. I don't know if they're in the same group, but I could only imagine this is the marching band parents down here. They seem pretty eager to stake out one of the best spots here on the parade route. See all the people in purple here, all matching? They look like they're in part of the same group. Okay, I have to go around because they stanchion it off with ropes here. I really should pay attention to where I'm walking. Instead, I'm too excited about looking at the crowd of all the people. Maybe we should walk around the long way. Let's go around the horn. Around. Oh, hello there. We got nice cast members waving at us. We're live on YouTube right now.
Oh my God, that's awesome. How many people you got there?
Oh, I don't know. I can't see on screen.
Oh, it's okay. But everybody's behaving, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's great. That's awesome. So nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, John with Fun to Be Free.
What?
John with Fun to Be Free.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I will follow you.
Okay, thank you.
And then you follow me back.
Okay, I'll follow you when you come to work.
Excellent.
You could park at West Clock and I'll take the shuttle in.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That's great. So you did private?
No, not at all. I don't work here at the Walt Disney World Resort. I just drive by.
Okay. So then, well, okay, so I'll follow you and then you follow me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll see you again. I'll be walking around.
Okay, that's great.
Take care. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you for being here today.
Of course.
Thank you.
Do you guys enjoy as much as I do being here on the clock?
I always enjoy because I'm in Disney.
Exactly. What's not to love?
Exactly. All right.
See what I was saying about the nice cast members here? They love coming to work and clocking in. And we got the marching band. It's down there by Coke Corner, like we just saw just a few moments ago. And I will move the camera awkwardly to this group here, show you their purple shirts that all match. So they seem pretty excited. Like I said before, I'm sure that these are the parents of the high school marching band members. Just for reference, I'm actually standing on the sidewalk or the curb here at Christmas Tree Point, so we have a nice elevated view. Of course, I'll pipe down because I can't compete with them. Totterville High School Marching Band, Disney Imagination Campus. All the parents, they're frantically trying to realign themselves along the parade route to get a second photo, maybe another video of the band. We're gonna head over to the parade gate, watch the band go through it. Lucky for us, there's not too many people over here right now. So here, let me step off the curb and slowly turn and pan over to the left-hand side. This group, of course, is extremely excited. They're trying to, I guess, reunite with their family members. Oh, while we're here, and it looks like it's open and they're letting guests go up. We're gonna go to the upper level of the Main Street Station's Walt Disney World Railroad. We have to, of course, walk up the steps here in the middle of the platform, or choose just around here to the corner to the right-hand side. I believe this section was sectioned off earlier due to some construction or rehab. Those construction walls are still up. We could even go take a look, but a small child just ran square into me, like T-boned me right into my hip, looking at the ground. Oh, I wasn't looking at the ground, the child wasn't paying attention. Anyways, we're walking up the steps here to the upper level of the Main Street Station. And they have this area, of course, roped off for Disney VIP tours. So we'll take a look down Main Street USA from this vantage point. And there's the beautiful Cinderella Castle again. I know over to the right-hand side you're going, John, this is not such a great view because we got construction. But it gives us an opportunity to actually check it out for just a moment. I'm not quite sure what they're doing, but I could only imagine it's general maintenance, probably painting the structure. But fun and exciting. And then as I slowly turn here, we could just walk inside the station and see what it looks like. There's pretty empty. Looks like guests are not interested in the Walt Disney World Railroad today. But I'll just give you a quick view of what it looks like in here, and of course the echo. So we're gonna turn around. We're gonna walk back down the steps here, the opposite set of steps that we came up, down towards the middle here. And then there's some various guests coming, so hello there, excuse me. Okay, we're gonna go down the steps, and don't worry, I'm holding the handrail. Left hand on the handrail, just make sure I don't fall down the steps. Okay, we're just about back to ground level here. We're on the sidewalk, and there's of course no curb on this side, but there's a curb that steps up into Town Square. And over on the right-hand side is the Main Street Confectionary. While we're here, we should probably go check out the menu. I believe the last time we were here at the Magic Kingdom, we were inside the Town Square Theater where you could meet Master Magician Mickey. And while we were there, we checked out the table service dining menu over here at Tony's Town Square Restaurant. But this time, oh, there's Renee. Hello, Renee. Hello, how are you? Excellent. Good to see you here. Take care. Have a great day. We'll see you.
I'm telling all my coworkers, they're gonna follow you.
Yeah, this nerdy guy likes this place, and it's very awkward, I know.
It's not awkward. This is the most magical place.
But you are correct. Yes, you absolutely correct. But remember, answer the call.
Yes.
Sorry. It's always in my head when somebody says
You
it.
have a lot of knowledge. Like I like how you give information and menus and everything. So
Okay.
you know, live streamers don't do that.
Okay.
So I like that.
Would you like me to come closer or just keep walking?
You can come closer.
Okay.
but you don't-
So you could engage all of my chat viewers right now streaming live on YouTube?
I'm nervous now.
Okay, we'll back off. I'll see you. Take care. Have a great day. Unless you, Renee has stage fright, so we'll see her next time.
I'm nervous.
She's shy. Okay, have a great day. Nice to meet you all. I appreciate everything you guys do here for PAC, or
Thank you.
Park Audience Control, right?
Yes.
That's what it's called here?
It's called GFT now.
GFT. Oh, it always here, real quick. Acronyms for everybody viewing at home. Disney loves their acronyms. They make no sense to anybody else, but essentially it's guest control. That's all it is.
Guest flow.
Yes, guest flow.
Flow,
They hear me say guest flow all the time on this. Anyways,
It was nice seeing you. Though.
you too. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
So yeah, as I was saying, Renee's an off-duty cast member. She's very nice and engaging. She loves her job, and she does a great job, of course. And she's extremely nice, and of course, she's very passionate about the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Oh, and let me take a look. Look. Okay, I'm gonna pan up to show you. It's the Confection Kitchen, and there is glass, so it's probably a reflection. But I'll get closer, try to alleviate the glare. And oh, hello there. Wait. We got candy bakers waving. Look at what they're making. I would assume those are Mickey's, because he's wearing Mickey shorts, right? Rice Krispie treats. But we could check out the menu because they look absolutely delicious, along with these apples about to be probably caramelized. But there's all the nice cast members making those delicious sweet treats. And as I back up here, because I want to show you off to my right-hand side, there is actually a sizable queue here for candied popcorn. Of course, this is very popular, as you see right now. Here's just to give you a quick look of the popcorn they offer. But again, we'll take a gander at the menu in just a moment here. And I'm going to slowly turn around the corner because it's very tight here with a camera. And we'll go back to the heart of the Main Street Confectionary. And there's a bunch of other dessert items they have on display. Candy, that's dandy. Here's just a plaque or a sign here. Candy apple with Lifesavers candy, $7.99. Okay, so that's probably what they're making. Excuse me, they're not caramelized. Here we go. That's what they were making in there. Lifesavers candy. Oh, and here we go. Here's the Mickey Mouse Rice Krispie treats. These are probably just absolutely fresh. Just came out from the Confection Kitchen that we just saw a moment ago. And there's some cotton candy that's coming into view in just a moment here, along with the register wrap. And on the far side here is the Color Kitchen that offers M&Ms. Look at the wide assortment of playful pigments for every taste. You can, of course, create with color and please your palette with this. And I'm going to look overhead here again at the sign because I love the signage. And if you heard me say this before, what I'm trying to say is I love fonts. Like on ABC, The Middle, it was a sitcom with Brick, the youngest child, and Brick loved to read. And he adored fonts, F-O-N-T-S, fonts, that's me. I really like the font on Main Street Confectionary. So that's why I'm geeking out. And everybody on the chat's going, I don't care about this, just show us the sweet treats. And okay, fine, you win. Okay. So, as always, behind the glass, there's a glare, but look at all these items. Just looks incredible. And I'm just gonna walk in circles just because I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm actually taking out my phone right now. What I'm attempting to do is get the menu set up. So give me just a moment here while you enjoy views of some awesome looking desserts. Oh, there's a cart there. I kind of got boxed in. And a stroller, so I lose, so I'm gonna... A stroller's bigger than I am. I had to move off to the side there. Oh, and by the way, they do offer chilled beverages here, of course, sponsored by Coca-Cola. And I've lost my train of thought because I'm trying to get through the pathway simply because it's getting a little more crowded because we got a parade coming, the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting the menu on the screen. Oh boy, I'm getting closer. Okay, let me get an overall view before I pop up the menu here. What I've been tempted to do now is go to the My Disney Experience app and search for Main Street Confectionary. And we're going to see it appear here in just a moment. Okay, so like I said before, we're at the Main Street Confectionary at, of course, I guess I have to say this because they mentioned it, hosted by Mars Wrigley, Magic Kingdom Park, Main Street USA. And these are the hours, and we can actually click on Begin Order, and they have mobile order pickup here. We can select the arrival window by mocking it up. And they have some featured offerings, like the cookie pie with M&M's peanut butter chocolate candies. Also the classic Mickey cereal treat. Like we saw that, so that's the official title. Just so we know now, classic Mickey cereal treat, okay? And they also have some brownies, like the blonde pie with chopped Twix, brownie pie with M&M's candies, and then the cake pops. Oh, they even have Mickey's Valentine's Day cake pops left over. I guess I wouldn't say left over, they're still making them. Mickey's chocolate cake pop with chopped Snickers, and then of course caramel and candied apples. There's Mickey's Valentine's Day caramel apple, a pink Mickey caramel apple, a caramel apple with freeze-dried Skittles. It just goes on and on and on. So let's just take a quick look because they all look the same to me. I don't know if they look the same to you, but they all look delicious. They also have cookies. Like there's the large Mickey chocolate chip cookie with M&M's milk chocolate minis. And then cotton candy. Yeah, we saw cotton candy as we pan the camera around the wrap there. And here's the crisp Rice cereal treats. They also have cupcakes, like the Mickey cupcake with freeze-dried Skittles. Oh, I had no idea they had Skittles on it. And fudge. Skittles fudge bites. Marshmallows, classic Mickey marshmallow. Pastry, popcorn. Oh, so yeah, they still have the Valentine's strawberry popcorn. And then, of course, additional beverages as well. So we covered the menu here at Main Street Confectionary. Let's attempt to pop it off the screen here. Just give me one moment. And you're looking again at the Main Street Confectionary signage. And since we didn't actually cover this wrap here and all these delicious morsels behind the glass, here you go. And as always, I'm just on my other phone and I'm deactivating the wireless feature to send it over to the viewers in the chat. And I'm gonna put my phone back in my pocket and we'll get back to this live stream. Oh, we're missing the Disneyland, I'm sorry, the marching band. The Magic Kingdom marching band. We gotta get out here, look at this. Oh, it's getting a little congested here on Main Street. I'm walking at a very medium pace right now. I don't think there's any need to accelerate with light speed to Endor over to the parade gate. The marching band will have steps in time, and they'll be, you know, of course, they know what they're doing. They're timed out. They know exactly. So much experience. I can only imagine that most of the members in the marching band here are teachers, and of course, they're very talented. Just take a listen to how talented they are. And these teachers probably teach at local colleges and junior colleges, I imagine. They're very talented. I find it very special listening to them. Okay, we're gonna slowly make our way back over in the general direction that we came from. What I'm attempting to do is get another fuel rod. My fuel rod looks like it's empty. So we're gonna go over here on the opposite side of Town Square. Just give me a moment, but while we're walking past, you could enjoy sights of course, the Roy and Minnie bronze statue. And there's Edwin again. Edwin, the Disney photo pass photographer. Hello there again. Sorry, walking around. See, Edwin and I go way back to, you know, the beginning of this stream. And I'm actually holding the camera backwards as I walk, trying to get my bearings here. And I'll slowly turn it so everybody in the chat can see it. Gonna pop up the curb here, boom, on the sidewalk. And where we're actually headed right now, it's Curtain Call Collectibles. There's a sign hanging overhead here, along with another one here. And of course, the Disney Imagineers outdo themselves with all the signage, all the fonts, of course, in Main Street themes. And we're heading up the steps. And just up ahead here, looks like a meet and greet with Mulan. A very comfortable queue to wait in for a very popular Disney princess. Let me go around the pillar here. Oh, there's the Lily Bell up there. We're gonna hear there we go, I was gonna say. We're gonna hear the bell here in a moment. There you got the bell. How cute. Okay, so I'm attempting to walk backwards and not run into anybody coming out the door here. And this is gonna get very weird and awkward because you're seeing the view of drapes. Wonderful. Okay, and we're actually headed over to the fuel rod dispensing station. I'm gonna unplug my USB-C cable, take out the fuel rod from its little home or container, and try to get the portable charger station in view here. Go ahead if you're swapping. I do. Would you like to? Here. Yeah, here. For all you members in the chat, give me one moment. There's a guest here that would like to know my handle. Is it okay if I point the camera in your direction, or would you?
Yeah, I don't know.
You are okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So I'll show the viewers at home what I'm going to do is just take out my other phone, and you can just snap a photo.
Okay.
I'd recommend, of course, just going on web and just type in Fun to Be Free YouTube, and I'll pop right up.
All right, cool.
Have a great day. Take care.
You too.
Thanks for stopping me. Okay, back to the portable charger station. So I put the fuel rod in my pocket. It's always nice when guests approach, you know, meet new people. At any rate, here's the fuel rod. We're going to put it in the machine, but before we do, we're going to look down and hit swap, of course. And then I just popped it in there. And then just give me a moment, and we're gonna hear the satisfying sound here in just a second. Oh, okay. Well, I'm a bit perplexed. I don't know what the screen did. And I don't know, I don't see it. It ate my fuel rod. Okay. Well, we could attempt to hit swap again. And it's just gonna go back, but there's no fuel rod up here. Oh, it didn't go in. I actually see the fuel rod here. Let me attempt to dig it out. Hold. All right, I think we're back. So thank you for your patience. Let me get my bearings here, set my cameras back up. So, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm in your way.
You're good, I don't want to get in the way.
You're fine. So like I was saying before, we were here getting a replacement fuel rod, and as it turned out, this fuel rod actually got stuck. I'm not certain how it did. Oh, we gotta focus on the actual content. But it was stuck in this container. It's like the little jaw, the clamp in there. It opened and clamped on it, and it was very difficult to get out. So I guess the solution was you hit this button and it popped it out, but it was just like it just got stuck. It wouldn't do anything in there. So at any rate, for all you viewers at home, I apologize for the inconvenience and the technical delay on regards to this portable charging station, but I'm attempting to put my fuel rod back in its container, and let's get the show on the road. Okay, we're charging. Success. Okay, let me make the camera jump unpleasantly. Got to get it adjusted. I'm a little frazzled. Oh, and Ryan Wesley's in the chat. Welcome back. Hello, Ryan Wesley. Thank you for viewing. Fun to be free today. What's going on? How's the weather on the West Coast? If I remember correctly, you said you live in Southern California. And we're back here in Town Square, I believe, just in time for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. This is the pre-show here, the Grand Marshal. We're attempting to cross the street. Let's get out of the way.
Welcome one and all to the Magic Kingdom. In just a few minutes, we will proudly present an enchanting celebration in the streets, our Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And now, please welcome our honorary Grand Marshals, the Pomeroy and Grant families from Plainville, Connecticut.
Welcome, royal family. Hey, guys, you going from?
There's our new cast member friends again. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're attempting to cross the street here. And here among our new cast member friends as well.
It says we should be on.
We're walking north, of course, now, up Main Street. And we're actually headed back towards the hub. I prefer, of course, to watch Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade from the hub with gorgeous and stunning views of Cinderella Castle, as you're aware. And over to our left-hand side, of course, here is the crowd, which is moderate. So it's very comfortable in comparison to Friday, Valentine's Day, like I was previously discussing. Why is it so crowded here at the Magic Kingdom? Simply because Ski Week. And of course, the increased attendance for the good weather. It's just this time of year. We're continuing to walk at an accelerated pace. I want to catch the opening float, Beauty and the Beast. Well, hello there.
Okay. Yeah.
And as we approach the end of Main Street, it's starting to get a little heavier. To be expected here. And as you're probably aware, there's two parades, two Disney Festival of Fantasy parades. Of course at noon and 3 o'clock. And of course it starts up at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So the attendance here towards the castle is starting to look pretty, normal again, if you will, or slightly above average. As I was previously discussing in other videos, Magic Kingdom needs more capacity, more of everything. And just taking a look at the amount of people here this weekend, of course, they just need more restrooms, more restaurants, more shops, more attractions, more of everything. And of course, they previously announced the Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island will be pushed in for a new family attraction Cars. And I have no doubt that that new area in Frontierland will be absolutely amazing. The Walt Disney Imagineers do such a good job with their work. Now, if I could choose anywhere to stand, it would be one of two spots. But as it turns out, the spot that I'm about to show you by pointing my camera awkwardly at the ground, of course, is an access point to Main Street. You can see it taped off. I really like this spot because it offers excellent views of the castle. Right there. That's one of them. So it's a toss-up between that one, of course. And just up ahead here, we're gonna go around the radius of the hub, and I'll show you. It's actually the next crossover. It's the Tomorrowland crossover. I also really like this view up here because it gives the castle offset. You'll see what I'm saying here in a moment. So if we look at the ground again, awkwardly with the tape on the ground. Of course, the tape is temporary just for today, and they remove it later this evening for third shift custodial so they could come in and clean all the pavement, the concrete, the pavement, and the street, of course. But here, this offers an excellent view of the castle. It's offset. And while we're here, so that's my second option. I really like this spot I just showed you about, and just here a few moments ago, I like the other spot as well. But I'm gonna walk on the street, and of course the cast members. Hello there.
Hey there.
I'm just taking a look. I'm not gonna go.
You can walk the street if you want.
Oh.
You are the parade.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Nice cast member says it's safe. It's okay to walk up here, so we'll take some stunning views of the crowd. Look at this giant mob of people here at Magic Kingdom on a President's Day 2025. Look at this. It extends back many, many rows. Nice cast member spieling, giving some information, being interactive with the crowd, piping it up. I'm gonna hold the camera higher so you can get a better vantage point, a better perspective what it looks like with all the crowds gathered here. And as you previously seen, I do stand over here in this area because we could catch the opening float, Beauty and the Beast or B&B, just come across the Liberty Square Bridge and make its left-hand turn down here on the hub. And of course, where I'm pointing at is right over here. I like that spot too, but it's nowhere near as good as the first spot I showed you in this general direction, and the second spot over here by the Tomorrowland crossover. So as I swing the camera awkwardly to look up what I was talking about, there's the bridge just up ahead here for Liberty Square, which we're going to see the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade opening unit coming down in just a few moments here. It's actually 3:04 Eastern. Of course, like I said, it starts at 3 o'clock here up by Tiana's Bayou Adventure. You're okay, no worries. And I just wanted to mention, if you look at the concrete, the paving, as I'm pointing the camera down at the ground, and everybody in the chat's going, why are you pointing the camera at the ground? Because I wanted to show you the difference in elevation. Notice how it gently grades up. So the parade floats, of course, are designed for grades in mind. This is one of the more gentle slopes here at the Magic Kingdom. The bigger, intense grade is actually over by the parade gate, like I was talking about. For anybody that's noticed it, up by Pecos Bill, the elevation in the grade is very steep. It feels like you're going up the Grapevine. Anybody get that reference? In Southern California, there's a roadway, the Grapevine. They close it for inclement weather, and it's quite steep. It's so steep that I remember driving my 1996 Chevrolet pickup, and I actually had to turn on the heater because the pickup that was brand new at the time was struggling to make it up the Grapevine because of the maximum grade of Caltrans. The highway system in Southern California, all the people who designed all the roadways there. And if, for all you viewers in the chat, I don't know if you could hear it, but I do hear the parade audio. It's actually down in Liberty Square, down by the Riverboat Landing, I believe. And you could actually see the towering construction crane that's hanging over Big Thunder Mountain Railroad with the track fabrication or the track reinstallation project going on right now. And so with the parade audio, I'm gonna actually walk around the corner again and secure a spot here for Disney Festival Fantasy Parade. Meanwhile, you could take a gorgeous view of Cinderella Castle. Oh, I don't know if we've ever mentioned this, but I'm sure it's all obvious. Every rookie knows this. The wire, I could see it clear as day here in the sun. I don't know for the viewers at home if they could see it. But of course, the wire goes down into Tomorrowland. And in the olden days, Tinkerbell used to go down to the wire, down into Tomorrowland rooftop there. Flanking our right-hand side, as we previously discussed, here's the large mob of people waiting for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. On the opposite side as well. And I could only imagine that this parade crowd extends all the way down in the town square by now. And why is it so crowded at the Magic Kingdom? Just for reference, it was no problem for me securing a reservation here. And we're gonna walk into the hub and just visit with Walt and Mickey. So now we have a debacle. Where should we stand? I'm debating simply because we saw Disney's Festival of Fantasy Parade here the last several days, over in the third best spot, I believe, here in the hub. Maybe we should go to my favorite spot today. But we could still make it back there. We could probably just squeeze in on the opposite side behind me over by the Tomorrowland crossover. And let's check out Cinderella Castle while I check the chat. Oh, Gamer Teen 3D 2.0 is back. Hello, fun to be free. Hello, Gamer Teen 3D 2.0. How's it going today? We also have another chat from Gamer Teen. Fun to be free. Name 5 of your best or worst Disney movies you watched. Okay, well this is gonna be a long one, so maybe I should just set it to a short 5. Well, I'll probably get through 1 by the time the parade gets through here. Because as you know, I always say, long story short, and then it turns out to be a long-winded, blowhardy story, and everybody goes, oh boy, here we go with another story. And we never actually get through it because I'm so excited and we see something else here at the Magic Kingdom and we just get sidetracked. And when I say we, me, everybody in the chat's going, just go back to what we were talking about. No, so I want to say, I'm a big fan, of course, of all the original classics, because who doesn't love classic films? I'm talking about the animated films as early as, Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, circa late 30s, 1937. All those are great, but I need to flash forward. I'll just say Sleeping Beauty is beautiful with the Ivan Earl design. That's lovely. Movie's great. Sleeping Beauty character and princess is drastically underrated. There are more popular princesses, but Sleeping Beauty, spectacular design. And of course you have the 9 Old Men of Animation that involves the early works in classic Disney animation. We could go through every Disney single film and then we could get to Pixar. So it's hard to choose exactly which one. But when I was a kid, I'll just say this and then we'll move on back to the parade. When I was a kid, my favorite movie was Robin Hood, Disney's Robin Hood, the animated film. I love that. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest. That Robin Hood. Love that. But the fanfare is playing, so we're going to get off the street. Well, hello there again. Thanks for letting me go up there. It was very nice. Appreciate that. And we're going to get off the street here.
Hear ye, royal guests from near and far. Welcome to the Magic Kingdom. You are warmly invited.
Oh, we have a new chat. Xylo Quadruple 1. Robin Hood has such great music. Yes, it does. In fact, it's in my head almost every single day. That's how big of an impact that music has had on me. Xylo 1111. I bet you that's your favorite film too. And Gamer Team 3D 2.0, great suggestion. We got to come back to it. If I forget, remind me, because this is a great topic. So since we could actually secure a spot, I'll start walking around. You can see some guests that are still attempting to cross the parade route. Opening is probably just around the bend in Liberty Square. Let's just take a look at the crowd from back here before the unit comes into view. I'm holding the camera backwards as I walk, and real quick I just want to show you there are cast members that are installing the tape on the ground, of course, for this parade and following tonight. Happily ever after fireworks. since this parade route and fireworks viewing area gets quite congested. But as I was saying before, I just want to pan and look at the crowd. So I'd say it's slightly above average, but nowhere near as crowded as Friday. So I got sidetracked, of course. Securing the reservation was quite difficult on Valentine's Day. Today seemed like no problem. So like I said before, it's lower than Friday, but still higher than average, I believe, attendance in this park. We'll go take a look at the wait times after the parade. And yeah, I can see B&B. It's just starting to poke its head out of Liberty Square, and it's going down that elevation that we saw. And while it comes, I just want to show you the crowd, what it looks like. That encircles the hub as far as I could go, of course, because I can't really cross the street right now. Oh, and Xylo Quad 1 says, yep, Sword in the Stone coming in second. Sword in the Stone. I'm guessing Xylo Quad 1 is probably about my age range, because those films are existing as we were, born. There's Beauty and the Beast, B&B, going down that elevation from the curb set on to the actual paving that encircles the hub. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom, where Fun to Be Free is bringing you live stream of Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade at the most magical place on earth. Oh, they're letting us go. I think we're all going to be able to get up closer here. Oh, we're gonna move. We'll come back over here.
magic fingers, you can get me the dreamers. Like everybody else, I got a dream. Can't you see that's special little you? Down the street. This just cause we're Santa Claus
Rapunzel.
She's got a dream.
Just wanna see the flying lanterns gleam. Every passing hour, I love my tower.
It's a festival of fantasy. Shine magically. It's that glow. Your wonders dazzling brilliantly. So away we go. It's a festival of that boy, he ain't real about
Yeah! Oh, we have the Pinocchio unit back. Previously, this unit was absent or missing. It's back today. Or yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday to see it. One of the two. We're missing Goofy. It feels like a decelerated parade pace. In other words, it feels like the parade captain signaled to the drivers to slow down for whatever reason. Maybe that the gaps between the units are too small. Maybe they're having some more technical difficulties. But this feels slightly slower parade pace right now. That's okay. I'm walking comfortably south down Main Street.
Look, Pinocchio.
Are we gonna get fire? Pyro effect? Oh, we got it!
All right, here we go, here we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. We got fire effect. Yeah. We'll attempt to follow it just a few paces up before it goes into the backstage gate. Bye-bye, Mickey Minnie. Okay, we're gonna slowly turn around here into Town Square, and you're gonna get a view of the mass of people that are making their way north, up Main Street USA, into the hub, and then out to the various lands here at the Magic Kingdom, the 5 other lands with a total of 6 with Main Street. As I always say, I love a parade. One of the best parades in the world right now, of course, Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And if you joined us the other day, I believe it was Saturday, they were having technical difficulties with Maleficent, the big fire-breathing dragon. And the parade maintenance team and all of the rest of the cast members did an excellent job recovering. They had to power cycle the float. It actually stalled in front of the parade gate that we just saw just a few moments ago here. But they did have a delay in this parade. I'm not quite certain what it was, but they were traveling down the parade route at a slower parade pace. But now what we're attempting to do, we got to go back to Curtain Call Collectibles because I need another fuel rod again. My cameras are power hungry. So I'm going to flip the camera here in just a moment. I'm actually going to get a drink of water. Thank you for your patience, and I will be right with you. Enjoy the view of landscaping for just a moment. Florida swamp tap water at its finest. All right, so we'll look overhead again. Curtain call collectibles. Now there's two options. We could continue going straight down this pathway here, or we can make an awkward turn to the left, which I'll do this time because it'll be different for all the viewers in the chat. But we're slowly gonna turn here on our access because, you know, it gets weird with the camera when you're swinging it around. I'm gonna remove my sunnies, put them on my shirt, and we're gonna locate this entrance here with the cast members. Oh, hello. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect to see some weirdo standing here with some crazy thing in his hand. We're live on YouTube right now.
Oh.
Excuse me. I'm just trying to go inside and get myself a replacement fuel rod. Well, thank you. Have a great day. Hello there. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. So we're just headed, as I said before, back to get a replacement fuel rod. I'm unplugging my cables here. And the last time we visited this location, this fuel rod machine wanted to eat my fuel rod. How dare it? But we're going to attempt to use this machine here off to our left-hand side by, of course, panning down, hitting swap, reinsert, or oh, the screen change. Okay. Insert empty fuel rod. So, of course, we're going to put it in. And then satisfying cha-chunk. There we go, satisfying. So, let me check the power levels here. Yes, it looks like we're in business. And so we're gonna slowly turn on our access again. I like saying that word, access. A-X-I-S, access. And we have success. We have power to my devices. Okay. Inside Curtain Call Collectibles, we can take a look while we're here. There are a lot of Mickey and Minnie themed hats that you could purchase. And as I slowly turn around, you could probably hear the embroidery machine hard at work. Look beyond the register app on the far side of the wall where it says Premium Embroidery. Somebody is getting their newly purchased Mickey or Minnie hat ears embroidered. And we can push in and take a look here. So basic ear hat name embroidery, $4.99. Proper names only, please. And then premium embroidery, $7.99. But here's an example of the fonts. You know how I love fonts. There we go. And we'll just take a quick look as I slowly walk backwards back into the merchandise location here. And I just want to point out one thing for all the viewers in the chat that I actually like a lot. I love the theming in this post-show shop after you meet and greet Mickey, Magician Mickey. But these trunks, these cases here, so well themed, wrapping the actual registers or register wrap. You know, W-R-A-P, wrap. I love it. And what's even better, there's a better set piece over here. Look at this. This one is cool, even better. Okay, I'm a nerd for metals and glass. So like an iPhone's made of metal and glass. I love the new iPhones. You know, iPhone 15, iPhone 16. You touch it and it just feels like a premium product in your hand, the form factor. But here's a good example. So this Magician's set piece, this is where I believe you cut the lady in half. So you know, where the magician puts the big metal, and then they separate the tables, and then there's, you know, feet sticking out. It gives the illusion that there's, you know, the hostess or his assistant that was cut in half sticks her arms and legs out of these little access holes. We're looking at the boring side, the back side, but still, nevertheless, it is themed back here. Look at all the rivets, almost steampunk in nature. I love steampunk, by the way. But whoever designed this, hats off to you. I love it. Custom piece here at Curtain Call Collectibles. And also, if we look in this general direction back here, there is some plushes. Well, hello, sir. Look at a wide assortment of plushes, including, I can only imagine that the Stitch is the most popular one here. I should ask an expert. I should ask a cast member. They know, they work here every day. But just while we're here, I just wanted to mention, this is the theater exit only, so I don't dare go any further because it's warning me. Stay out. So we are going to reverse our direction head back the way we came, but this time I'll just wander off in this direction just so I could show you, because there are people that are interested for pressed penny collectible machines. So here's another location here. And we were just talking about all the props and the set pieces. Here we go. Here's more trunks. Well themed, and of course, look at, I gotta point out again, themed to, you know, essentially steamer trunks, this beverage dispensing location. Go over here to the other side, which is identical. A lot of people are going, how boring. But no, these guys do a great job. All the WDI, Walt Disney Imagineers, that bring all this theming to you here in just a simple merchandise location. And if you look carefully, of course, these shelves are also themed to the steamer trunks as well. While we're right here along the side, you can see it. The lighting department. Okay, so let's continue. We're attempting to make our way back to Main Street USA. And a lot of awkward moves with the camera. Dapper Dans are back singing away. And while we're on the upper level mezzanine here, we could just take a quick look at all the guests relaxing in the rocking chairs here on a gorgeous day, President's Day 2025. And over to our right-hand side, of course, is the exterior dining patio for Tony's Town Square restaurant. Like I said before, we did check out the menu at this table service dining experience on, I believe it was Saturday. And there's some cast members congregating here, socializing.
Right here?
While others go backstage to take a break at their underrated break rooms. There's the Dapper Dans again. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to ring that notification bell.
Oh, I just thought of a great song about John's ex-girlfriend. You should have seen her. Wow.
Pushing a little closer. That pathway is looking pretty congested up there to get a view, so let's just walk behind him and see him for a brief moment before we continue on the rest of the park.
The pirate liked it over here. Can we sing the nice dancing over there, birthday girl? All right, let's sing the song. All right, here we go. Oh, Cruella if she doesn't scare you, don't even think real. To see her is to take a sudden chill, Cruella.
Oh, and Ryan Wesley's in the chat. He says the steamer trunk that is around the vending machine. I would imagine it's open on the backside. I bet you're right, Ryan Wesley. Of course, for access, it's just a themed exterior veneer. Oh, hello there, David. How are you? Nice to see you. So nice cast members always waving here on Main Street. And I mentioned this before, the timepiece, of course, sponsored in part by Citizen, you know, watch people. Coming up on 3:45 here at the Magic Kingdom. The balloons just gently blowing in the nice breeze. The breeze today feels like it's a beach weather where you're getting the nice, gentle, crisp, cold air blowing in. A nice, calming breeze. And here I want to mention just one thing that we've never looked at before. Kind of random. If you look up towards the right-hand side above the ice cream parlor, you'll see the flag, of course. Have you ever noticed, flanking Main Street USA, of course, on the east and west side, there are ropes that go to the flags. I imagine so they could actually remove the flags at nighttime, since there's no spotlights on them, since they don't light them at night. They take them down, and of course, the reason for the ropes, so nobody has to climb all the way up to the rooftop and put on their, you know, their safety gear, their harnesses. Instead, they could safely access probably with special access stairways and railings for fall protection on the rooftops. But we're going to continue walking north here. And as we do, I'm debating on whether we should walk east or west. Seems like we always walk east for whatever reason because we're on the... No, excuse me. Seems like we're always walking west for whatever reason because we're on this side of the parade route. Seems like generally, simply because there's more access during the parade. So maybe we'll go into Tomorrowland, head over to the east side. But before we do, there's actually the marching band that stopped marching and they're doing a show stop here at the hub. We should check it out for just a few moments because they are very well-trained musicians, very talented. And of course, I happen to enjoy them. There's quite a large crowd watching the marching band right now.
It's time to take the picture.
Back in the chat. Hi KJ, this is very cool. I hope you enjoy the band as much as I do, and if you look carefully, all the kids wearing their purple shirts. We saw them earlier in the marching band, marching down Main Street USA. Tottenville High School, I believe. You're so good.
Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, we are the Main Street Philharmonic.
Yeah.
It has been our pleasure performing for you here today. And at 5 p.m., we will be in Town Square as part of our patriotic flag retreat ceremony. And we sure hope to see you there. But until then, please enjoy the rest of your day at the Magic Kingdom. Thank you. Go Super Bowl!
AJ says, hello Ryan. Hi with the hands waving. So talented, so much fun. Okay, for all you viewers in the chat, I'm holding my hand over my eyes going, why is it so bright? And then I just realized, I took my sunglasses off. They're hanging on my shirt. Plus I was, in the shade. I'm sure I mentioned this before. It's such a beautiful, gorgeous day today. It's probably literally 71 degrees out here, 72, something like that. Like I mentioned before, February, best time of the year to come here. It was in the mid 50s as I got in the car to come here. So crazy, so lovely. Okay, so long. Okay, we're gonna turn around and KJ says, hi everyone. Okay, I turn around and of course, there's a wheelchair approaching me. My eyes are always darting left and right, looking for people, but I did not expect to see a giant wheelchair coming right at me, that's for certain. Okay, like I said before, we should head over to the east side into Tomorrowland and check out the crowds over there. And this is looking back to comfortable. In other words, moderate crowd levels here around the hub in front of Cinderella Castle. Oh, small child grabbing onto me like I'm her father, which I think she mistaked me for somebody else. I think she was trying to grab on because she lost her balance, tripping over the tracks maybe. Not certain. At any rate. Here, let me just pan over to the left-hand side so you can see a plaid or, guest relations cast member taking some photos. Right in front of Mickey and Minnie there. in front of the 50th statues. And we're gonna slowly turn the camera. And we're headed into Tomorrowland.
We should go this way.
Oops, excuse me. Tomorrowland. And KJ in the chat says, it happens. Yeah, children everywhere losing their balance. And Ryan Wesley says, what's a plaid? Well, that's what I call them. It's a guest relations person. They're dressed in the plaid type costume, the vest, and it almost looks like maybe a Burberry brand vest, V-E-S-T. The guest relations people are very helpful here. They offer guided tours. You can purchase the tours for, you know, crazy money. I don't know exactly how much. We could look it up, but it's like in the ballpark of like $400 or something like that. So it gets pretty expensive to have a personal guided tour from a guest relations cast member. Oh, I wanted to pause real quick as I awkwardly, you know, stop in the walkway and I got to get over to the side. So this rockwork here that's painted what looks to me like Frozen Blue, you know, the movie Disney's Frozen, that movie, you know, Anna and Elsa. They just, to me, that looks like Frozen Blue. But the point of this story is, you know, when Tomorrowland opened here at the Magic Kingdom on October 1st, 1971, of course, there was minor attractions that were available on opening day. If I remember correctly, the actual only attractions that, or I should say, single attraction that was here on day one was Tomorrowland Speedway, because Rocket to the Moon and the Circle Vision, I believe, were delayed. It wasn't until 2 weeks later, I think, Circle Vision opened. But I could be getting that wrong, transposed or flip-flopped as I move the camera too fast. But the point of the story is, if you go back and look at old photographs of up until about, what, 1993, before they started demolition to actually put Tomorrowland under construction for a new Tomorrowland, circa 1994, of course, with Alien Encounter taking over for Rocket to Mars, not the moon. I could be getting that wrong, but Mars. These spires here greeted you, and they were quite tall, and they were actually flanking both sides of Tomorrowland. And the interesting tidbit and factoid about it, they were actually a water feature. So these towers actually had water that poured down like a waterfall on both sides of the pathway here. It provided, I would say, quite a astonishing sight. It was a spire, dueling spires, if you will, that greeted you here in Tomorrowland, and you definitely knew you were in the future. And of course, they demolished them for the 1994 new Tomorrowland. But at least Disney is bringing back the original aspects of Tomorrowland. And if you look carefully, here's a good example. 1994 version with the Metropolis theme, the legs of the People Mover. Of course, these were not always white in color. They were more of a steampunk or stainless steel, brass, copper color, you know, like a Metropolis. You know, the movie Metropolis? That's like essentially about, a century old now? It was mimicking that. And of course, you know, Astro Orbiter came in with all the spinning planets in 1994. And of course, I'm pointing at it and it's gone under rehab. But I wanted to show you, a comparison real quick as we go across the pathway here. The legs, like I said, on the upside, this was the 1994 version leg. So this is just a themed wrap, so it's not structural, holding up the actual track work above. But here I wanted to give you an example. So in 1993, they started demolishing some of the actual skin or the concrete that wrapped the structure. So what you're looking at here is gray or silver in color, almost a metal type color. This is the steel custom fabricated beam. You could call it an I-beam, but you know, as you see, it tapers down here at the foot, or the footer, and of course the footer has a radius to it. But the point is, like I always say, This is the structure you're looking at. And this themed wrap, just, it's for looks. It's purely cosmetic. And you're hearing the pyro from, of course, Cashel Show, Mickey's Friendship Fair. And so alternating sometimes, and some have it, some don't. But here again, an example of just the structure. And what I especially love, I don't know what it was, maybe about 2 years ago, somebody in the chat may have more information or the exact date, I don't have it. But this particular sign here for Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor is essentially brand new, and they mimic the original sign. So the original sign looked identical to this in a very similar location. I don't think it was actually right there. I could be wrong. I don't know if they're actually using the same concrete footer. I don't have that information, but at any rate, this particular sign I love. So stylistic and sleek, circa, you know, the mid 60s, if you will, Googie architecture. Well, hello there. This sign, off the charts for me, the design of this chart, the design of this sign and the signage, the pole, the mast, it just screams Tomorrowland. And another good example is, you know, like Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, there's that big spaceship looking thing with the restaurant, kind of mimicking here the Rocket Tower Plaza. I love that. I know on the opposite side here, there's actually a minimal amount of strollers. I'm actually surprised. Usually coming here, it's just literally an ocean or a sea of strollers. And sometimes it goes, you know, around the corner to Merchant of Venus and down all the way down to the frozen rocks, as I call it, the blue rocks. The rocks are fine, don't get me wrong. It's just, I was never actually in the park to see those spires that we actually mentioned earlier. I wish, oh, hello there. All the happy guests. And while we're here in Tomorrowland geeking out, this is a major geek session. I got to get to the chat, but I get sidetracked with stuff. If we look overhead, here's the 1994 update themes with all the fins splayed out, but they're essentially covering what I think is the air handling unit, or the HVAC. So they themed that big mechanical structure up there for the air conditioning. I don't know, comment in the chat if you like it. I think now it needs to go, but for the 1994 Tomorrowland, I think it was fine. It's just, it's kind of obtrusive, is that the correct word? But nonetheless, WDI is returning Tomorrowland slowly, it seems like, close to what originally opened here in the early 70s, including the paving. So you probably don't remember, but in 1994, they repaved this with all the gears, the clockworks, the mechanicals, you know, looked like a machine in here, mimicking Metropolis movie. When I say in here, on the ground, the concrete, the paving. And just up ahead here is the launching pad. And many, many years ago now, I don't remember what year, probably, what? I could be getting this wrong. 2011, they started painting the structure in different trim colors, like the burgundy you're seeing before is just pure stark white. I personally like the white and the light hues of Tomorrowland. I wish they would bring it back. Oh, and here's a good example of the paving, the concrete that I was talking about. See how it's almost like gears or a clockwork? I mean, it's now a hodgepodge, and it seems like they're slowly removing the 1994 version. And what I'm actually walking on, or this right here in the middle, this is a newer piece of paving that came in the last few years. But this piece of paving that goes all the way down to the bridge in Tomorrowland, I believe, has been here now for, yeah, about 2 years now. And they've been slowly bringing in new pieces of concrete patchwork. Like I said, I'm a paving and stamped concrete nerd. Love it. Okay, we're gonna get up here to the chat. Let me take my sunglasses off first. And KJ says, our first trip wasn't until 2005, our 20-year anniversary this year. Well, congratulations to you, KJ, 20 years. And also, KJ says, that's interesting. Thanks for this info, John. I hope you appreciate it, because, like I said, I am a major geek. I am a nerd about this stuff. You probably are not going to find this information on anybody else's channel, especially a live stream, probably. But here's the Lightning Lane return. It's pretty heavy. This is, of course, for Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger spin. This is actually quite surprising that it was this heavy. You rarely see it unless it's like directly after the parade, it seems like. But over here in red LED, standby entrance of 35 minutes for the Space Ranger spin. And I just wanted to check, in previous days we came, they did have extended queues that were the temporary ropes, but not today. Like I said, the attendance is a little less than it is on Friday and when we were here. But 35 minutes, and beyond the trees there is a meet and greet with, I assume it's Buzz still, but every time we walk over there, I never see a character for whatever reason. We always miss out. And Tomorrowland cast members do have new costumes. We caught a sneak peek and a glimpse of that on Friday, I believe. There it is. There's a cast member now with the new costume. You're probably going, I can't see it because we got trees, so I'll just walk in closer. She's walking across our general direction there. Oh, so long. She's going away. She's got more important business to do than to speak with us. But okay. Here's stroller parking, which looks pretty average here in front of Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress. And of course, the People Mover. The People Mover queue looks a little light, actually, but for all the viewers in the chat, you're going to say light, because sometimes it extends past the actual stainless steel stanchions. Sometimes where we are walking right now, sometimes, you know, comes way out here. So it's not bad. We could go on it, but we're going to get sidetracked. We got to check out the rest of the park. We barely got off of Main Street right now. We've been out there too long. And let me just pan up here so you can see Rocket Tower Plaza that, you know, took off into space. I don't know where it went. It's probably in the, what do they call it in the backstage? There's a backstage tour you could take behind the Magic Kingdom, staff shop, cycle shop. I'm not quite sure. Disneyland always called it the staff and the cycle shop back there. But here, they have a giant facility where they manufacture items for rides and attractions and shows, where they custom manufacture parts. And you can actually tour the warehouse facility and see vehicles like, for example, while we're standing here, it's Space Mountain's vehicles or trains that are in rehab, and they're taking them apart, you know, taken apart for safety and inspection. But if you look overhead here, you can see the People Mover. It has stopped, and that child is standing up on a People Mover vehicle that has stopped. If a cast member on the monitor sees that, they will make an announcement. But I'm not sure the reason for the stoppage. But while, hey, we're walking in this direction, we should go check out Space Mountains. That's what it looks like. And while we're looking here, and we're talking about 1994, see all the palm trees? These stainless steel type palm trees. Apparently there's a backstory. I'm gonna butcher this, but I'll just quickly say it. This one's like getting ready to take off because it's the only one with its limbs down or something like that. Because these are actual palm trees, because this one, I guess, doesn't have the, I don't know, the coconuts. So it's the only one like that, where this one has them and all the others do. But okay. Story, everything here at Disney, of course, has a backstory. And at Space Mountain, the standby entrance is 60 minutes or 1 hour. And this is what I expected to see, of course. The temporary exterior queue with the white temporary ropes. And then there doesn't seem too much of a Lightning Lane return right now. And one thing I wanted to mention that is actually pretty tacky. I just wanted to get somebody's opinion in the chat. Okay, I don't even know how many years it's been. I could be getting this wrong, completely butchering this, but I'm just gonna say 2009, I think. So about 2009 or 2010 at Disneyland and here in Walt Disney World, there was it goes back to a safety inspection by Cal OSHA. Cal OSHA is, of course, safety department in California, and they visited Disneyland. I could be getting the dates wrong completely, but there was an inspection, I seem to recall, in 2009, and there was another one that happened later, maybe 2014, 2015. But where I'm going with the story is, as a result of the inspection, they found that it was unsafe because they didn't have railings, the tops of the roofs of these buildings on Disney property on both coasts, east and west. So Disneyland Resort and Walt Disney World Resort. And as a result or quick fix, what they did for safety, because there are cast members, maintenance men, HVAC, sometimes plumbers. There's a vast array of trades that have to visit the rooftops, even firemen, because of course for fireworks or pyro, they have to do visual inspections. So there's no, flammable materials or no pyro shells that are on top of the roof that have erupted into a small fire. And there was a small fire on the mine train, the Snow White 7 Dwarfs mine train, but that's another story. But at any rate, where I'm going with this is these ropes here with the hanging flags are essentially warning cast members, stay away, don't come to this point, because any point closer to us or this side of us, the cast would have to put a safety harness on, attached with a lanyard, and attach themselves to an eyelet or a hook to the roof, so it maintains their safety if they lean over. Even custodial cast members have to go up there, or painters. So there's a vast number of trades that have to access the rooftops here at Disney that you probably never thought of. And then of course the vertical black spires with that funny flat thing, those are just lightning rods for the lightning here in Central Florida with the storms. But yeah, stanchions up there. The point of the story, I think they're tacky. Anybody in the chat agree or just go, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't even see them. But they've been there for years. And if you look at the rooftops now, you'll probably go, thanks, John, because all I see is temporary stanchions on rooftops everywhere around this resort. So we're walking around the ropes, and it looks like Space Mountains is actually sucking the standby line in since we've been here. And I think the purpose or the reason for that, of course, number one, high capacity. They have a dual AB track system, of course, as you know, Alpha, Omega tracks, dual. Essentially, it's Matterhorn from Disneyland on steroids here. But of course, it's an argument whether Matterhorn's a better attraction or a Space Mountains here at Magic Kingdom. Comment down below if you have a preference. I personally like the Matterhorn simply because of its character, and of course 1959, and Walt Disney of course worked on that, one of his personal projects himself, based on the 1959 film Third Man on the Mountain. But there you go. So a lot of information that's useless. I am full of it, as you know. Information that nobody cares about. So let's continue over to Tron, but before we do, I want to get a drink of water. And as I get a drink of water, I'm going to inspect my fuel rod, and you can get a shot at the Tomorrowland launch depot. Hello there, excuse me. And I said, let's go to Tron, but now I'm thinking we should actually head over to the Merchant of Venus. It's almost like I invert the V and the M. It's weird. I don't know, maybe how my mind works. Merchant of Venus. It's weird simply because an M to me is like two V's inverted in my head. Weirdo talking. And of course, all the guests that are seated along here. This doesn't look too bad considering the attendance today. Of course, it is out in the sun, but it is very comfortable weather, like I mentioned before here in Central Florida. And up here is the Disney Vacation Club kiosk, where of course the sign says, be our guest, Disney Vacation Club. You can inquire for Disney Vacation Club purchasing, and of course they could arrange for a vehicle to come pick you up, and they could take you to various DVC resort properties around here, where they could have, I'll just cut to the chase. They could sell you timeshare. Nonetheless, the resort properties are extremely nice, and I have stayed in a lot of them because I am a big nerd. And I enjoy staying at the resorts and visiting resorts just as much or more than coming to the parks. Comment in the chat if you actually enjoy going to the resorts more than the parks. Let me know what you think. But you're probably seeing my hands pass in front of the camera because I'm attempting to get my fuel rod out, because my camera is not charged. It is pretty low. So I gotta do this quickly. I'm gonna hit swap, which is probably out of frame, swap, and then put the fuel rod in. And we're gonna hear, as I always say, the satisfying clunk. There it is. And we got a new fuel rod. Hello there. Why am I in your way, or are you just watching? Oh, are you purchasing? I'd highly recommend it. I know the price point's a little steep.
How much is it?
$38. But they're free every time you get them. And if you come often, you don't even have to charge the sucker. So, but those guests there, they're debating on whether to purchase a fuel rod. Like I said before, they are quite expensive for their initial purchase, but think about this. Every time you see me get a fuel rod, free swap, I've more than paid for my $38. In fact, I think I should owe them money. I like fuel rod. Okay, let's go back to Tron. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here in this gorgeous President's Day 2025. And just up ahead here is the cool ship, an outdoor vending location, of course, with the cool scanner. And while we're here, we should mention this. Every rookie, I'm sure knows this. Flight of the Navigator. That's the ship, or one of the ships. Remember the ship that was at Disney's MGM Studios on the backlot tour? Flight of the Navigator tour? Well, I should say the Flight of the Navigator ship that was just rotting in the backlot. That's one of them. But everybody knows that. There's just certain things everybody knows around here. Okay, as we zigzag back and forth in Tomorrowland. Oh, we should just quickly look at Joffrey's, what the queue looks like, because we were here Friday, I think it was, and Joffrey's Revived Coffee Espresso and Pastries queue was crazy. Okay, so it looks comfortable now. So it's moderate, I'd say. It's not that bad. But it actually went back to the People Mover tracks. Can you believe that? It is unreal what we saw on Friday, the attendance here at the Magic Kingdom on Valentine's Day 2025. And of course, there's an outdoor merchandise vending location where you can purchase multiple bubble wands. And real quick, while I'm bringing it up, here's my observation about the bubble wand. Everywhere I am at here at the Walt Disney World Resort, doesn't matter, park, resort, you know, you get on a bus, monorail, transportation, wherever you are, Disney Springs, doesn't matter. All I hear is the Little Mermaid themed bubble wand playing the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Every small girl, it seems like, every small girl child has the Little Mermaid bubble wand. So that's just a quick story that goes nowhere. I hear it all the time. And sometimes I'm at home and I'm trying to go to sleep and all I hear is a bubble wand in that weird, monotone little I just hear it in my head, along with the Robin Hood music, because as I said before, giant nerd. So we're going, or I should say navigating the pathway, headed towards Tron Light Cycle Run. We're gonna go check out what the area looks like with the People Mover cycling overhead. And I should just mention over to the left-hand side, there's an outdoor vending kiosk, themed of course to Tron, all futuristic. This little, I don't know what you call it, stand. I don't know, it's almost, or if I remember correctly, when Tron was under construction, this particular location here was installed literally overnight. All they did was have a crane pick it up off a semi-truck trailer flatbed, drop it in place, and it was here. It was one unit. That's why I'm saying, I don't know what you call it, a kiosk, but energy bites is what they have to offer. Watermelon, cucumber, and pineapple cup, along with a watermelon slushie, and blue coconut slushie as well. They also have the cucumber lime soda, and of course, Coca-Cola products. And one quick mention for anybody in the chat. Is it satisfying? I'm not actually going to do it, or touch it. But if you grab the utensil, isn't it satisfying when you pull it out so it has that tactile response, that slight give, the pull to it, and then the actual sound that makes the bonk sound? It's just a neat, it has feedback, that's all I'm saying, feedback. So we're just looking at the kiosk because I'm a nerd, and there's the cast member access door. And so as you can probably see, it's literally just dropped into place. Nevertheless, still well designed, still very cool, and of course, prefabricated off-site and just dropped in place. But let's walk through the pathway here, back to Tron Light Cycle Run, and there's a neat view of a Space Mountains with the spires just shining vertically into the gorgeous Florida sky. And I'm going over to the sign, which is impossible for me to read, and I know you guys can't see it because of the glare. 80 minutes, I believe it says. It's impossible to read. So 80 minutes for standby for Tron right now. And in just a moment, we'll see a train launch and cycle into this helix that heads into the interior show building. And for anybody on this attraction in the chat, let me know your thoughts. So when you're on the ride, you're inside, your eyes are essentially, blacked out because it's very dark inside. As soon as you get inside the launch tunnel, here it comes. And there it goes. Light cycle train, just so gorgeous, and even better at night with all the lighting package underneath here on the Tron canopy. Of course, this attraction came from Shanghai Disneyland. Of course, this attraction opened at Shanghai Disneyland with the park. One of their anchors, one of 3 major attractions, one of their anchors as they call them. This apparently was a WDI favorite, meaning the guys worked at Walt Disney Imagineering. They love this thing and apparently love riding it. Oh, there it goes again. Hey, there's a chariot. The chariot, of course, special access seat. So they have lap bars in the back of the vehicle instead of the actual booster bike where you kind of semi-lay down like a motorcycle. And I didn't even check the chat, but Ryan Wesley says, powered by fuel rod. That's right, Ryan Wesley. There's the train again. So I'm a walking billboard apparently for fuel rod. Even though we had some minor hiccup with the machine, I'm still a big fan. I think I'm just gonna say a term that's overblown, but I wanna over-embellish this. It's a lifesaver for me. And they're so cost effective. I don't even have to charge them. I just get a new one when the actual fuel rod is dead, as you've seen. But here we're on the upper level of Tron. This is, of course, where the lightning lane and standby entrance is. As we head up here, it doesn't look that bad, even though the line, or I should say the 80-minute standby wait time looks pretty good. Anytime you get the attraction wait almost to the marquee here, when I say marquee, the entrance, it's not a bad wait. But of course, Lightning Lane could back it up, but I just don't see the Lightning Lane return as usual. So Lightning Lane purchased people or guests may have not purchased the full and sold out package here. And here's just a quick example of a Tron light cycle vehicle where you sit in a booster bike faction or motorcycle, and as that person, or if she had her hand on the actual handles, she pulled it back on the vehicle that you load in, the actual train. In other words, if you pulled the handles back, this seat back would come forward, just like that. See, you can see the handles articulate in reverse. Here, let me grab it. So the articulation mechanically, of course you pull it back, and as you pull it back, the seat back comes down. I know this is awful, but also the calf grabs your calf down there. So, tester seat, Tron booster bike. Of course, Tron, a light cycle run presented by Enterprise. And here's the marquee again. lightning lane off to the left-hand side, standby entrance to the right. And look at, there's no lightning lane return. So it seems like lightning lane, my guess is, did not sell out today. So I don't know if that's a good or bad side for the attendance, but I did hear lightning lane sold out like across the entire resort. I can't remember what day. I didn't actually see it or read it. I just heard about it. So I don't want to make a full quote on that, but I did hear that it sold out here at the Walt Disney World Resort, which indicates it's, you know, pretty crowded behind us. And while we're up here, let's head over to the exit towards the unload or the lockers. We're actually not going to go inside, but I just wanted to show you the quick little post show here that Enterprise paid, you know, lots of money so they could display their name. Just up ahead here is the hallway that you exit from, and where these guests are coming from is where you can store your valuables or your loose articles in lockers. And this design or layout with the guest flow of this attraction, the WDI guys did such an amazing job. But we're gonna slowly tour around here. And of course, Enterprise, their logo is green, so welcome Team Green. And of course, when you ride Tron, you're Team Blue. And there's just a depiction of Tron Light Cycle Run presented by Enterprise with a special edition Enterprise Light Cycle, which I believe the scale of this prop piece is larger than the ones that you actually load on the train, just for reference and scale. And now we're going to slowly turn and head in this general direction, and as we do, I'm willing to bet we're going to see a train cycle here in just a few moments. My eyes are darting around, I just don't see it. I'm having a difficulty hearing it because the background audio is so loud. Oh, but I think a train is coming soon. Yeah, there it is. Bingo! All right, pretty neat. Of course, this particular attraction was fabricated by Vekoma, V-E-K-O-M-A, a Dutch manufacturer that manufactures roller coasters. A lot of people in the chat probably know what I'm talking about, but we got another train coming. What I'm actually going to do is turn around so you can see the train enter the show building just up here. There it is. And like I mentioned before, your eyes, can they adjust in that time frame that you launch from that tunnel until you go around the helix and back into the interior show building where it's dark again? My eyes have a very hard time adjusting. But I am going to slowly turn and head back in this general direction towards the restrooms up here to the right-hand side. And we got another train coming, so we're going to get a good view here. But while we do, look at the backbone of the coaster track. Bingo! Of course, the vertical support columns. And look at the size of the backbone. In other words, this big chunk here, this tubular steel, so large, especially for Vekoma. Of course, Vekoma manufactures anything custom, and they work with Walt Disney Imagineering on a regular basis, and they have many attractions they built here at the Walt Disney World Resort. And while we're pointing in this general direction, there is a look of the show building. You can see it, the gravity box, as some call it. But as you're aware, the attraction takes place in that building. Load, unload, maintenance, and actual show. Rookie move. Okay, we're headed back here towards the restrooms. The reason why I'm headed this direction, of course, I just want to get a drink of water. Probably the one on the left-hand side, gentleman in the red shirt, since it's taller. One on the right for the Junior Explorers. I also like this location because you could fill up your personal water bottles here. All you have to do, of course, duh, just hit the button. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, let me get out of your way. See, she's in there, okay. Meanwhile, enjoy a view of Tron while I get a drink of water. and the camera's probably going every which direction. Okay, I was having extreme difficulty getting the water out because the water was a trickle. It wasn't coming out barely at all. And I had to get getting closer and closer as I'm shaking the camera around. Sorry. Okay. We're gonna go back down to the lower level and we'll have two options to decide. We must choose wisely. Oh, remember in 1995, March 3rd, 1995, Disneyland Resort, the Indiana Jones Adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye, sponsored in part by AT&T, and as you walked out the, I'm gonna over embellish, the mile-long exit corridor. Remember how you get out? Once you get off the ride, walk out the exit, which is so long, and then in those days, in like 1995, going up to when they lost the sponsorship from AT&T, and it said choose wisely overhead as you got actually back out the exit into Adventureland. Remember that? Choose wisely. And then every time I looked at that sign, I could picture the actual onboard audio inside the Indiana Jones attraction. You know the one? You load on Indy, when I say Indy, I-N-D-Y, or the Indiana Jones attraction, Temple of Forbidden Eye. And you see the mirror, and Sala says, attention, my friends. You know, you go around the corner, and you go into the Chamber of Destiny, and then up into the Hall of Promise, and the Hall of Promise says, you have chosen poorly for this path. You know, that's the voice I have in my head, the voice of the current Disneyland. The same gentleman that voices, you know, Disneyland voice, of course, that attraction narration for Mara, M-A-R-A, Mara, in the Hall of Promise. Anyways, nerdy conversation. But as I was talking and not really paying attention and just doing muscle memory, we're walking down this pathway. We're headed into Fantasyland. Of course, Storybook Circus. I get so excited sometimes. And as we go under, I love the different levels. See, real quick, I just wanted to mention, see, we're on, of course, the lower level that goes underneath the pathway that we were just on here. This mimics, to me, like Tomorrowland circa 1967 in Tomorrowland at Disneyland. So, you know, the John Hench-inspired Tomorrowland design. I love it. In other words, the Disneyland Tomorrowland had levels, and it was a world on the move, as you know. And so many levels, think about it. Because you had, of course, the submarine lagoon starting at water level. And even below that, you had the submarines that submerged in the water. So that was below grade. And then above that, you have, of course, walking path, ground level, or guest walk. And then above that, of course, you had a monorail, you had a people mover, and then you had the, the Astro Orbiter is what they call it now, but rocket jets, that's what they had it, that was the name, rocket jets, where it was on top of the, essentially the same style architecture that mimics Rocket Tower Plaza, very similar in style, nature, size, scale, scope, color, design, future. The point of the story is, it's a world on the move. Everywhere you looked in Tomorrowland, there was something moving. It was very kinetic, not potential, but kinetic energy. Vehicles always cycling, people mover, submarines, even the Skyway. I forgot the Skyway, there we go. So on all these levels, even in the sky, Skyway buckets moving. You can hear the Walt Disney World Railroad. They're, you know, getting the steam, pumping it out so they get all that condensation, all that crud out of the lines of the copper tubes. And I just wanted to show you a quick view that every nerd knows, every Wookiee. But yeah, elevated restrooms. One quick I want to mention. This building we're looking at, we were just up there with the restrooms taking a drink of water. I call this the most expensive restroom in the world, or at least there's two of them, one in Shanghai and one here. Think about the cost just to fabricate this structure, just to get restrooms up to the upper mezzanine level. So expensive for those restrooms. And there's the show building or the gravity box for Tron back there. As I look into green hedges that you guys are going, like, I don't know, I can't see anything. I just see a green hedge. But there's the Walt Disney World Railroad. Oh, and here's the queue for Goofy's Barnstormer. Oh, ready to go. That's the Walter E. Disney. While we're here, let's just stop and take a look and gander and admire the beauty and the charm of course, 19th century steam technology. I just love steampunk, so as I'm looking at it now, my eye picks out all the brass and copper parts. There's not too much copper on it. Oh, we're ready to go again. But the brass, there's a lot of brass in the tubing. You can see the tubing, they polish it. Depending on the temperature, of course, coming out from the boiler, changes colors. But the brass really stands out along with the copper. Steampunk. And of course, the maintenance staff here in the roundhouse keep these antiques operating in tip-top shape. And they are amazing. Unbelievable. Toot toot. So we're gonna pull back as they dispatch here out of Fantasyland Station. And back to the crowd alert level on the opposite side of the pathway here. Oh, I gotta check the chat real quick because I've been just talking away. Talk. What a nerdy guy. And there's the crowd level. So not too bad, not unusual. But let's just see if we could get a wait time estimate here. God, the sun is 40 minutes. Yeah, I don't think you viewers in the chat can see that, but we got standby entrance here on the left at 40 minutes here. And the lightning lane looks, you know, a little below average. But let me check the chat. I gotta, okay. Oh, Tiki Man Fan is back. Tiki Man Fan says, hey guys. And Tiki Man Fan also says, and you too, Kirsty Jane or DJ. Tiki Man Fan says, asterisk you. Okay. And again, Tiki Man Fan. Hello, my dear. Tiki Man Fan, how are you? And he says, that's well worth the restroom. Rest room. Excuse me, one moment. Tiki Man goes on this. Tiki Man Fan goes, I'm well, thanks. You? KJ? So there we go. We got a chat update. And here's a water feature that looks deactivated and boring at the moment. Usually all the junior explorers are out here dancing around, getting wet. And of course it smells like Florida when you come over here. Florida swamp, if you ask me. Clowns. And then you could hear the Walt Disney World Railroad, the Walter E. Disney train whistle we just saw moments ago. What a gorgeous piece of machinery. And then in this structure here, this, you know, overrated circus tent, it's a meet and greet where you can meet Minnie and Daisy, or Goofy and Donald. So wait time for Minnie and Daisy, 35 minutes. Goofy and Donald, 25 minutes right now. And then if I slowly turn around here, you could show, or you could see, I guess, an example of one of the smell-o-fents. What am I smelling now? I don't know. I smell a cacophony of smells. I can't tell you. It's like all these smells go together, and I just smell something sweet, if you will.
If you can hear me,
but anyways, there's big souvenirs over here. The world's most amazing gifts, big souvenirs, or I should say Big Top. Every time I hear the word Big Top, I think of Big Top Pee-wee, you know, that movie. Pee-wee's Big Adventure definitely is one of my favorites, by the way. But Pee-wee's Big Adventure is the best in the series, and I'm sure everybody in the chat would agree. But let me check the chat for just a moment here. KJ! LOL, Tiki Man Fan. I've had silly germs, but I'm nicely tucked in bed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, KJ. But at least you're experiencing this stream that, you know, Big Nerd got into some crazy, nerdy, geeky stuff earlier. Boy, oh boy. We should go just quickly take a look at Barnstormer Cycle. Since the train is cresting the lift and going down the helix right now, you're going to see it come crash through the billboard in just a moment. As we get closer. And right about now. Boom. There you go. Goofy's Barnstormer. Of course, Goofy's Barnstormer, similar in nature to Gadget's Go Coaster at Disneyland's Mickey's Toontown. Of course, we were talking about Vekoma fabricating the roller coaster track. Well, let me walk over here. So Vekoma fabricated, of course, Tron, and this Vekoma roller skater as well. So just get a quick look at the track work. Of course, this looks nothing like Tron, simply because these vehicles are nowhere near as heavy in the weight budget. When I say weight, you know, like how much you weigh. KJ says, I don't mind that at all. Well, KJ, we're only getting started on the geek talk then. Are you, how do I say this politely? Are you as big a nerd as I am when it comes to facts, details, figures, background, history, anything about Disney parks I love? I guess the one thing I do know is Disney park stuff, Disney park background, and I'm gonna just say, I'm just full of it. I'm full of worthless knowledge. Your average person just thinks I am just over the top ridiculous when it comes to this stuff. You should ask the people I know. They go, what are you talking about? Okay, over to the left-hand side, we got the lightning lane. Of course, looks pretty slow in terms of this response here. Likewise, a standby entrance of 30 minutes. I'm not buying it 30 minutes on the inside of that the Dumbo Flying Elephant Circus tent, sponsored of course by Sensi. Not buying that. But of course, as you know, junior explorers could play in the playground on the interior. Maybe one time we'll have to check it out. But we're just looking around for the crowd levels here on this President's Day 2025 weekend. And you know, I'm just looking at my fuel rod right now as I kind of bounce the camera around. I'm gonna head over here to Big Top Souvenirs. The reason why we're going in is get a replacement fuel rod. My fuel rod has one LED green light indicator. So while I'm here, let me just swap it out. I'm sure by the time I get to the machine, it'll go dead. Like I was saying before, my cameras are very power hungry, and they just keep sucking the juice down here on this power rod. Or I should say fuel rod, the official title. And the reason why I believe it dies quickly is because the fuel rod Gen 2, if I remember correctly, is 3,200 milliamps, where the original Gen 1 fuel rod was 2,600. So they're not too big. They're actually on the smaller size in terms of, you know, power coming out of the actual battery. But I'm unplugging it, and I'm trying to take the fuel rod out of its little holder case while I stand awkwardly in the pathway of this gentleman trying to navigate through the exit. And I'm going to hit swap as always, insert the fuel rod. And we're gonna get bingo, bingo, bango. Sugar in the gas tank, like on The Simpsons, Mrs. Krabappel's car. Ex-boyfriend strikes again. Okay, as I always do, I don't know, for you viewers in the chat, if you care, I just look at it. I have to like put it in front of my eyes anyway, so I always do this. That's why I put it on camera. I suppose I could put it off camera, but it's hard for me to crank my neck to get my eyes on the lights. Since it's, you know, in the sun, I have to look at it a certain direction or angle. Okay, success. We got charging going on. Let me check the chat. KJ says, I am full of something. I don't know if it's knowledge. Oh boy. No further comment. Let me put my sunglasses back on because everybody's going, can you stop pointing the camera into the sun, please? And I'm going, yeah, I don't know how to alleviate that issue. Unless we go off in this direction here towards Mermaid. And of course, everybody knows this rookie thing. The Mermaid attraction, of course, duplicated here at the Magic Kingdom from Disney California Adventure out at the Disneyland Resort. And I really like the Mermaid attraction. I think it tells a good story, but it seems to get a lot of negative feedback because they say, you know, the storyline is too brief, doesn't really explain it. I go, are you kidding me? Mermaid is an omni-mover attraction. The ride system's an omni-mover. And as you know the story, you guys know the story, right? Bob Gurr designed anything on wheels that moves at Disneyland and eventually other attractions and other theme parks, including Universal. Bob Gurr coined the term at the meeting with John Hench, omni-mover. So that's spelled O-M-N-I Mover, M-O-V-E-R, Omnimover. So like the Haunted Mansion is an Omnimover, and of course Mermaid here, Omnimover. And who doesn't like a good Omnimover? I'm a sucker for Omnimovers. The moment they announced that Mermaid was going to be an Omnimover, boy, I was excited. And if I remember correctly, that announcement was what, 2009, and it opened at DCA in 2011. But Mermaid looks like it has a pretty good return for the Lightning Lane at the moment. So let me go show you the official title of this attraction because I can never really get it right, so I just call it Mermaid.
Look at me.
So here we go. So all you visual learners in the chat, Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid. I can never remember that. I just call it Mermaid. And of course, everybody that's a cast member, I'm sure, or maintenance, or anybody who works on the attraction, I'm sure just calls it Mermaid. But I don't know officially because I'm not friends with too many cast members here. Let's continue on and look at the wait time sign. Standby entrance does say 30 minutes. I don't think it's 30 minutes, but judging on the crowd levels here are very nice, as you can see. The average amount of strollers though, so there are people in the area. It just seems like not bad of a wait time at all for the Mermaid. I don't even see a single guest in the queue before you even get to the caverns down by the waterfall there. Where you see Scuttle, the awesome Scuttle animatronic figure. I love that little thing. And as we head up here towards Gaston's Tavern, there are, a respectable amount of people here, especially here at Maurice's amazing popping machine, or, popcorn. So that's a respectable amount of people in this area. I really like this fountain though. I'm sure you heard me say that before. This bronze sculpted fountain featuring Gaston. I hear the music in my head now. I don't know if anybody else does too. And then let me just check the chat. Oh, E-Breeze is back. E-Breeze. Mermaid's great. The queue is worth it alone. I agree. Okay, real quick. So I was just talking about DCA, or Disney California Adventure. I guess I have to spell it out because a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about because this guy, full of worthless facts and acronyms as we discussed yesterday. But Disneyland's queue is nice. It's very charming, but I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. DCA's Mermaid attraction queue is nice and charming, but it's nowhere near the level of Magic Kingdoms. The Magic Kingdom with the interior queues, and that brings up a whole nother point. So E-Breeze, thank you for this. Now you guys are in for it. Just going back to shade control, and of course weather here in Central Florida. If you compare Disneyland attractions, especially with their exterior queues, no queues, or lack of shade control, they don't really need it, except for the brief times in the summer, maybe about 2 to 6 weeks, depending on the weather. We're here in Florida. It's like, March through November, you need shade control, you need lightning control here. So what I wanted to mention is there's a lot of attractions that are very similar on the interior, but they differ with the queues because of the weather here at Walt Disney World. And I know, just another rookie observation, but think about the planning and coordination from Walt Disney Imagineering. The amount of drawings, planning, prep work, plan checking, drafting, it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on, just to add additional queues. And I guess the best example is Pirates of the Caribbean here at Magic Kingdom versus Disneyland. Of course, I hear almost everybody say, I've ever talked to, that Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean is better here, or better there, than Walt Disney World's Pirates of the Caribbean here. And the point I'm making with this is, think about this. Disneyland doesn't really have an interior queue. You walk in the door and just bam, you're in the load area. You're on a boat in the bayou, which is very charming. Of course, you see all the fireflies. And while we're here, let's just go check out the Princess, because I can never get the name correct. The Princess Meet and Greet. Princess Fairy Tale Hall, I think it's called. My eyes can't even read that sign, but I think that's the one. Like I said before, there's some names that I could just never remember, even though I walk by it all the time. But going back to Pirates, for example, the Pirates attraction itself at Disneyland, I feel is superior to the one here at Magic Kingdom. But Magic Kingdom's queue is very charming. And like I was mentioning before for weather. So of course, you know, Pirates premiered in March of 1967. And of course, it was delayed. It was supposed to open in 1966, of course, with the rest in New Orleans Square. Oh, we should look at the wait time as I keep talking and talking and talking. But standby entrance wait time, 45 minutes. And you guys probably can't read that because I have a hard time in the sun. But 45 minutes. And here's Sword in the Stone. Oh, we were earlier, one of our chat members was mentioning Sword in the Stone was their favorite film. So there you go. Shout out to Sword in the Stone. I haven't seen Merlin here. Disneyland used to have Merlin entertainment show along with their Sword in the Stone. But back to the Pirates. Superior attraction, their indoor queue, their immersive land out at Disneyland. Of course, New Orleans Square opened in '66. Pirates was, of course, delayed because they had issues with the ride system. Not specifically the boats manufactured by Aerodynamics, but of course the water levels and water control system. And they had to bring in, as you're aware, Ron Toomer of Aerodynamics, along with another engineer to solve the differences. In other words, the water at the upper levels would end up flooding the lower levels. I mean, obviously. And so they came up with a little solution of the drop stops, a little flap on the drops, so the water wouldn't just evacuate the upper level into the lower level. But that's a side story. That's a whole nother hour conversation with that. But I wanted to go back to the queue. The queue here at Magic Kingdom, designed, of course, by Imagineers, or I should say WED in those days, did a great job. And of course, Mark Davis designing a series of vignettes at the Pirates of the Caribbean for Disneyland, which was then duplicated here. And I don't want to get into the full story why Pirates is here. Well, that'll be another time. I could probably do an hour on why Pirates is here. So we'll save that for another time. Since we're talking about attraction wait times and crowds and why it's so crowded. Peter Pan's Flight, 60 minutes for the standby entrance here with a minimal lightning lane return. And then KJ says, my eldest daughter prefers Pirates in Disneyland Paris. See now here, so here we go. So the Tony Baxter version in Disneyland Paris is pretty cool. So essentially, as you're aware, it's Disneyland's version, of course, on steroids of, you know, for example, the animatronic figures that, you know, Tony Baxter's story that originally they were supposed to touch swords, but when I say touch swords, I mean the actual swords that the animatronic figures were have real swords, and they would actually sword fight, and the sound effects would clink clink. But of course, for maintenance, that's not exactly plausible, simply because it just destroys your animatronic figure. And as you probably know, those figures are very expensive to maintain, let alone manufacture, fabricate, and design. But as we walk through Fantasyland here, I just wanted to mention a quick thing about the restrooms. The Tangled restrooms. Don't you love that Tangled? Great film, of course. One of Disney's great films, Tangled. And, of course, we could see Rapunzel in the Festival of Fantasy Parade on the Snuggly Duckling unit. What great execution of a theme, of a story, of an area that used to be a rolling berm or a hillside here. They used to have the Skyway, as you could probably remember. But as I'm actually standing on an area that used to be literally elevated berm with dirt piled up, where there was a queue house, where the Skyway, you could walk up the steps, and I'll turn the camera around. And as you can probably remember, there used to be the Skyway tower right up ahead. If you were here, you could ride it. And when I say here, that was, in the 90s, it seems like. But anyways, this little area here used to have a plant or a retaining wall, and they had the big tower here. And the tower, of course, held up the Skyway, the sky buckets. They went back to Tomorrowland. But see, I always get sidetracked. But we're going to turn around. Going back to Tangled. I like this little mini land themed, even if it is only a restroom. Very well detailed on the interior. Of course, we're not going to go inside a restroom. That's very awkward. But I just wanted to mention that I do love this little area here. And the background audio is very upbeat. And we were mentioning this before. I believe it was on Saturday that Magic Kingdom needs more capacity, and this used to be part of that rolling berm, the hill that had the Skyway station here. And there was previously no path. Why are there so many people up here? Is this a tour group? Everybody's like, stop yelling in the microphone. All I see is just a mass mob of people, which I didn't expect to see. Holy smokes. Okay, I'm gonna put my sunglasses back on, and the sun's just glaring at me. Tour group over to the left-hand side, and they're waving. Hello there. Everybody's waving. Soccer? No soccer. Okay, they say no soccer. South America?
Yeah.
Oh, where? Oh, Argentina. All right. Welcome. Have a good trip. And then I'll slowly turn around here. Back to the Haunted Mansion. Standby entrance, 45 minutes here at the Haunted Mansion. And as always, everybody here goes, yeah, what else is new? Seems like to me every time I look at the sign, it's like, 50, 55 minutes. So 45, a little slim. And the Lightning Lane return doesn't look that bad. But as always, the mansion's attraction queue line, it usually has a cast member just around the river bend here. Literally, hey, that's actually a term that I use, but now I'm actually using it in the proper terminology, just around the river bend. That it says, the Haunted Mansion line starts here usually, but I don't think they're actually using it right now because the attendance is slightly lower, but the sign is there. Is he holding it, or is it just, oh, they are holding it, okay. Yep, they were hidden. They're standing in the shade, probably because they've been in the sun all day and AC and darkness inside the load area or the unload. Okay, let's keep going on here. Oh, excuse me. And as I pass by this area, maybe I should turn the camera so you can see what I'm talking about. Every time I walk past the Columbia Harbor House, I smell seafood. So it just wafts, I'm sure. Probably not out the door, but they probably have exhaust fans on top of the rooftops of the building, and it just kind of probably, convects or has convection of all the smells, the cacophony of smells coming from the Columbia Harbor House. Of course, they offer chicken sandwiches and seafood. We should go take a look at the menu, but we'll save that because I want to go check out more of the crowds because, I keep talking and delaying this video. You guys tuned in probably because you want to see why it's so crowded here at the Magic Kingdom. And I love saying, there's the steam whistle from the Liberty Bell. I like that. There's something about steam whistles. Anybody in the chat can explain it because I have no further words of explanation for this. There's just something that I guess just sticks it to me, or maybe it's just something from my childhood at Disneyland. I don't know. Mark Twain steam whistle, along with the Disneyland Railroad train whistles. Toot toot. So this area just seems there's an increased pedestrian flow of traffic everywhere I look. Of course, there's access points you have coming from the hub here. We just came from Fantasyland, and of course headed to Frontierland. So there's I'm gonna point awkwardly at the ground and show you, Poop River, as you know, rookie move. But yeah, love it. And you get a 2-for-1 combo with, of course, Liberty Bell. You not only get the steam whistle, but you get the brass bell. Ding, ding, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang with the trolley. That's what it reminds me of, too. We're headed towards the Liberty Bell now, circumnavigating, of course, clockwise around the rivers of America. A sight to behold, and I'm trying to get more video footage of the Liberty Bell because we are going to lose the ambiance and all of this immersive experience here of the rivers of America at the Magic Kingdom Park because, of course, as we discussed before, there is a new announced attraction that's going to replace the Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer's Island, which I am looking forward to, but I'm a little sad that we're going to lose all this. Yeah. Hear the steam just pouring out of stacks. I just can't seem to get enough of this old paddle wheeler. Oh, hello there. And KJ says, I agree, at eBreeze, classic sounds. Oh, I think I missed some chats. I gotta go back. eBreeze came back and said, when the train and the boat say hi, it's the best. Oh yes, the handshake. You know what, that is something else. Okay, I'll share something. I used to work at Disneyland. So I worked at Disneyland for, geez, I don't know what it was, 22 years before I moved to Central Florida. So what I would love, of course, is I worked a lot of places at Disneyland. Here, I'll just share a quick story since we're on the river. So backside of the river, Disneyland, I'd worked Fantasmic, and we had to set up all the prep work. So I worked show support for Fantasmic, where, you know, you had to put all the, bring in all the props, the set pieces on the workboat. You could probably see the workboat going around, you know, like at Epcot in World Showcase Lagoon, workboat like that. You know, you had to go around, set up the show. Anyways, always the best is being on the workboat, and there'd be nobody around except a few people on the actual workboat, and then the twain would come around the bend, and then the Disneyland Railroad, and they would do the whistle handshake. That was always a special moment that I loved. I always pinch myself with that one. It's just one of those things that most guests can't really experience unless, you know, you're on a big boat like the Columbia at Disneyland or the Mark Twain, or even on the Explorer canoes. But it always felt to me very special because we were very intimate, and you got to see, of course, a big boat, either the Columbia, I should say sailing ship Columbia, or the Mark Twain riverboat, shaking hands with the Walt Disney World Railroad. And of course, you know, the original 2 locomotives that were there day one. That was something cool. But let's keep walking around this pathway towards Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
From this way. The path shorter.
And I'll go back to the chat. I already said it, but KJ did say, I agree at eBreeze, classic sounds. Because eBreeze was talking about when the train and the boat say hi, it's the best. Yeah, I agree. Oh, we'll take a look of the log coming down drop 4, the big drop here. Tiana's Bayou Adventure. People love it, of course. Who doesn't? So look at that. I wouldn't say they're exactly soaked, but they got wet. Look at it. They got wet. Look at that. And here's another log. Every 10-second dispatch interval up a lift. KJ says, I can't believe you worked somewhere for 22 years. You don't look old enough. Well, KJ, I was a lost boy. That's why I'm so young looking. No, but I started at Disneyland when I was way younger. Way younger. Disneyland, of course, had a ROP high school experience, but I actually waited till I was the proper age to hire in because I didn't want to not get paid. So I hired in on day one that I could. I literally was there before I turned the proper age, and they said it was okay, so they put me to work. So we're up here in Frontierland, approaching Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I got plenty of stories, KJ, by the way, working at Disneyland. I'll slowly sprinkle them in. I don't want to bore you with them because I could go on probably for hours about stories. But the thing is, I got to remember them because after 22 years and an old guy gets pretty old, you know, starts losing it, but there'll be something that sparks my memory and then I'll start sharing them. But like I said before, I've only lived in 2 Orange County, Californias and Orange County, Floridas ever. So both California and Florida have Orange counties, and of course Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom is located in both Orange County, Florida and Orange County, California, which is awesome. And I've actually only lived in Orange County, California and Orange County, Florida. And here's Tiana's Bayou Adventure with the sun just glaring at us. I'm actually staring at the ground because it's awkwardly bright, reflecting off the pathway. Trying to get my eyes to focus back. So yeah, it's pretty much what I expected over here. A little increased attendance. We'll head down the steps, see what it looks like here with a standby, or I should say virtual queue that's not posted the actual time. But we could look at it, see what the Lightning Lane return looks like. Okay, Lightning Lane, 508. Oh, we should go head with the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. Okay, so that's what it looks like at Tiana. We gotta go to the parade route. I just realized the time. It is 5:08. I think I could be mistaken, but isn't it 5:10 for Disney Friends Adventure Cavalcade? Boy, oh boy, we're gonna miss that? Everybody in the chat's going, what do we need to see people standing in line for when we can go see a cavalcade? Okay, I'm walking at an accelerated rate because now I'm all pumped. Watch, we'll get up here and it goes, no, we're not having one today. No, but I do see people up here. There are people on the route. I see cast in their burgundy pants and their teal shirts. So my assumption is that parade is coming out that gate soon. Yep, there's people gathered on the parade route here. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom, the most magical place on earth. So here we are again on the parade route. Crowds don't look too bad right now for Disney Friends Adventure Cavalcade. Oh, earlier we were talking about elevation out in the hub with Liberty Square coming down to the actual street level in front of the castle. Okay, let me walk down here. So as I walk down, I don't know if it's going to be easier to look down or look up, but you may not see what I'm seeing. The point is, where I'm at right now, it's quite a high, tall elevation, but as we walk towards the Bear Band, or, you know, Country Bear Musical Jamboree, the elevation goes down. It declines, it descends down almost to a flat area down here in front of Pecos Bill. So somewhere about 20 feet from here, I'll stop and then turn around so you can see what I'm talking about, or at least attempt to see. So I'm going to slowly turn around here. So everybody that was viewing the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade just before after 3 o'clock, I was pointing out elevation. So notice how the parade route, it's quite an elevation change as I slowly pan up here. I can't tell you exactly how tall or how much, but I'm gonna say it's like 8 feet, 10 feet. It's quite a lot for a short span, rise over run, for all you engineers in the chat. But here's where I'm going with this. Parade floats, parade units. For example, during Main Street Electrical Parade with the finale float, the big American flag. Oh, we gotta get off the route. It has a driving the finale float was always a challenge. Let's get off the route. Okay, backing up. Get out of the way here. Oh, we have the sun here. That's too bad. I'm gonna go on the other side. Rookie mistake. Got into the sun. I didn't realize that it was gonna be that brutal on us. This is a good location. We're out of the sun. We're near Pecos Bill, Tall Tale Inn and Cafe. We got to get over there to check out the menu. We will. I don't know if we'll get in there today, but I want to check the menu out there sometime. We'll be back. Don't worry. I got plenty of stories. I got so many stories. I got probably years worth of stories to tell. Oh, Julie's back in the chat. Hi, Julie. Welcome back. How did you know we're going to see the Adventure Friends Cavalcade? Happy Monday. Happy President's Day, Julie. I hope you're enjoying today's stream. I sure am bringing it to you. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, sir. I respect you. I just wasn't paying attention at that moment.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, we're gonna head and try to take a shortcut. I paused because I thought there was a gap in the crowd to get through, but apparently there wasn't. We're gonna attempt to go out to Main Street USA to capture the rest of Disney Adventureland's cavalcade. But before we do, since there's a fuel rod stop here, I'd like to get another fuel rod, and everybody's going, no, but get to the cavalcade, get to the cavalcade. So there's a gentleman here that is utilizing we'll come back. He's purchasing a fuel rod. We'll come back later. We'll come back later. It's more important to get to the Disney Adventure Friends cavalcade for everybody viewing. That's why you're tuning in. I could only imagine. It's one of the highlights of my day. I'm sure it is for you too. And as you can probably see here and tell by my voice, I am walking as fast as I can here through the increased attendance, the worst area to walk through Adventureland here, of course, when you're on a mission, a goal. So I probably look like a frantic idiot just trying to accelerate through this pathway to all the other guests. Smash that like button. Like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. And I'm looking to my left. I see the unit. It's in Liberty Square. It's approaching the bridge that we talked about previously. One thing I want to do is actually look up the lyrics for Disney Friends Adventure Cavalcade. Apparently there is some confusion with the lyrics of the actual music. I said, I believe on Saturday, in my head I hear Donald, Donald, but I say that because the lyrics are actually Vamos, V-A-M-O-S, I believe, and they're saying Vamos, right, Vamos, and it just sounds to me like Donald. So in my head I'm always Donald. No, we're talking about Donald. Success. Let's see if we can catch up with the opening unit. The crowds in this area are actually surprisingly sparse right now. We can get a front row seat here.
See the world tonight.
enjoy turning awkwardly around. There's nothing like the Disney Adventures, a Disney Friends Adventure Cavalcade. Am I getting that right? At any rate, as always, we need to get another fuel rod, so we're gonna head back into Curtain Call Collectibles since we're here. My cameras are very power hungry, or the solution might be to get a bigger power bank. But the fuel rods are so convenient. But as I drone on and on about battery usage, enjoy the view of Town Square Theater. Okay, I'm gonna walk up this set of steps here into the main entrance. Backstage magic with Mickey Mouse. And of course, we're gonna head over to our right-hand side past the Disney Photo Pass photography kiosks. And we're headed to the fuel rod distribution station. Oh, hello there. Where this family's gathered. Hello there. I'm standing awkwardly behind the sign while you guys purchase your fuel rod because a credit card's probably coming out. We're live on YouTube right now, by the way. So I'll point the camera away. So these guests are purchasing a fuel rod, and I just don't want to point the camera in their general direction while I stand behind them awkwardly, and then cast members go, "Who is this guy holding this thing here? Would you like to be on YouTube?" Oh, so you're fine? You want to introduce yourself and say where you're from? No, really, okay. So I'll back up and point the camera away from these nice cast members as I just heard the satisfying sound of clunk. So we're gonna attempt to head over in this direction once this family gets their fuel rod. Wandering around aimlessly here near Curtain Call Collectibles. And you probably just heard a warning. One of my cameras just made a chime. It says, I'm hungry. So we're here. We're here, don't worry. We're gonna get you all set up. Swap, swap. There we go. Inserted an empty fuel rod into the machine. There's that sound, grabbing the fuel rod, checking it real quick, putting it in its little holster. And we're gonna grab the USB-C cable. You probably saw my hand go in front of it. In just a second, because I don't want this camera to be dying. Okay, success. We are now charging the cameras. Thank you so much, have a great day. I'll see you soon, I'm sure. I see all you guys out there. Okay, while we're here, let's just check out Mr. Toad. So here, he's holding the deed to Toad Hall. So this Toad, this actual one, as you know, rookies, was of course here at the attraction for Mr. Toad in Fantasyland before they removed it. But this particular marquee figure did make a special vacation recently over at D23. They created him up and shipped him off to Anaheim for that special event, D23. I'm gonna slowly back up here, and we're near the entrance, and we're attempting to go out because the camera is of course staring at the door. How exciting. And there's a set of steps. It's almost like I don't even need my sunglasses anymore. I'll put them back on my, here. I'll go down the opposite side since that guest was attempting to come up. Walking down the steps. Let me check the chat and see what's going on. Julie says, how are you doing? I'm great, Julie. I'm at the most magical place on earth. And love pugs, love pugs. I think you're a new chatter. Welcome to the channel. It says, hello everyone, I am new to the live chat. Oh boy, I just embarrassed myself. And I just subscribed to the YouTube channel. Well, thank you, love pugs. Love pugs. Where are you from? Are you from the central Orlando area? And then KJ says, hi, love pugs. It's fun here. So KJ always welcoming new chatters. We're obviously here in Town Square, headed north or up Main Street USA. And of course, I'd like to get my lingo right because up in my head is north and down is south. And I'm sure everybody in the chat agrees. It seems like it's a double negative if I say down Main Street, meanwhile we're going north.
Let's go first here.
Okay, check out the crowds. So hello there. Anybody else new to the channel that hasn't jumped into the live chat? If so, jump in. Introduce yourselves. Oh, Love Pugs is from California. Are you from Orange County, California, Love Pugs? Because I have no idea who Love Pugs is. I'm just asking because we were talking about Orange County, California earlier. And as always, there's multiple Disney PhotoPass photographers lining Main Street. Check out all the happy guests getting their photos. And just take a look at the crowd. So it's manageable, it's quite comfortable. The temperature is starting to decrease, the wind's starting to pick up a bit. Like I said earlier, it was a very nice day earlier. It's probably, I'm making this up, just guessing, 69 degrees out here. And it's got a cold breeze now, not even a cool, it's becoming a cold breeze. But we have to head over to the west side of the park. We were over at Tiana's Bayou Adventure checking out the virtual queue when we had to go check out the cavalcade. So I want to go check out the wait times for Pirates and Jungle. We'll go see that because we saw the mansion just before. And of course, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is currently under rehab, and you can see the large construction crane there towering into the sky. A whole new world. We got the Main Street Pianist. We should have walked down that pathway. Oh, too bad. But you could see him and you could hear him. We'll pause here for just a moment. As everybody consuming their hot dogs from Casey's looks at me and goes, "Weirdo," pointing a camera. You don't talk about Bruno. Okay. Crystal Palace here on our left-hand side. At some point, we'll have to check out the menu, even though they probably won't let us go in the door because, you know, they guard that double door like a hawk. They don't want anybody going in these double doors here. Crystal Palace. It's a table service dining establishment, but we're gonna push into Adventureland here. And we are about to enter Adventureland.
Okay, buddy. What? No, I'm okay. Thank you.
You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom. And over on our left-hand side is Buona Bob's, an outdoor merchandise location where you could purchase sunglasses or even a quick beverage to go. And as I was mentioning earlier, crowds, here's the crowd level. Here is, I think, the worst area for high attendance or a high level of crowds here at the Magic Kingdom to traverse past is this pathway here, right in front of Sunshine Tree Terrace. So let me get a shot as I back up here so we can just see the crowd level come through the Adventureland marquee sign. And it's looking on the lighter side, so average, moderate right now, not too bad. But man, oh man, on Friday, you could not walk through this area. It was so congested. And as you probably recall, we passed through here multiple times to try to get to the parade route to see multiple parades. Well, let's continue walking through Adventureland here. And over to our right-hand side is the Skipper Canteen. It's also another table service dining establishment. They offer world-famous jungle cuisine. We'll have to check out the menu there, but another video for another day. Over to the left-hand side, of course, is the Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse. I've said this before, one of my personal favorite films, live action from the early 60s. That film, love it. Anyways, so we're gonna try to get out of people's way here because there's a large group of people in their yellow t-shirts. And here's the breezeway. Of course, they have restrooms over to the right-hand side and the fuel rod station, press petty machines. Island Supply, we'll have to check that out, but that's another time. Just like me going on, droning on about stories and getting sidetracked. Right up ahead is the Magic Carpets of Aladdin. And we're gonna head over to the left-hand side, our left-hand side of travel here. Head down towards the Jungle Cruise. And we got the Leaky Tiki's right up ahead. The people in the pathway here. I'd say it's moderate, but still a lot of people here. Let's head down towards the Jungle Cruise.
I didn't take it with me. Well, so Johnny doesn't.
It's pretty much what I was expecting. Yeah, okay. I'm attempting to look at the standby entrance wait time sign. It says, oh, I'm having a hard time. If it's 35 or 55, I have to get closer. Like I say, old man eyes. I think it actually says 55 minutes, but everybody in the chat's probably going, it says 55 minutes. What's his problem? Yeah, 55 minutes. Okay, there you go. And there's like no lightning lane return right now. So which leads me to believe that this is nowhere near 55 minutes. Making it up, it's probably actual like 25, 30 minutes, because as you're probably aware, if there's a high return on lightning lane, it just backs up standby. And then while we're here, why don't we just take a look at the unload? It says exit only, please. It doesn't say you can't film over here. And here's all the nice people waiting to load onto their jungle boat with Skip. Every Jungle Cruise skipper is named Skip, right? And we're gonna slowly turn the camera here and head back. Remember, I love elevations, ramps, paving, concrete. There you go. Steps that go nowhere. If you tuned in, I believe it was on Saturday, possibly Saturday, we were talking about the elevation, the utilidors, the elevation of over ground level. But we're headed back up. Oh, Ebri says, not including Star Wars, of course. Oh, I missed. There's two. Sorry. Got too excited, Ebri. I got to go back. Ebri says, Swiss Family Robinson movie is in my top 5. Yeah, it's hard to categorize it because there's many films that I love, or I should say, I adored as a child, but I really enjoyed Swiss Family Robinson because I guess I identified with the kids, and of course in the story. But Ebreeze also says, not including Star Wars, of course, and you are right, Ebreeze, Star Wars franchise. And of course, I'm sure I said this before, but my favorite film, of course, of Star Wars is The Empire Strikes Back. And a lot of people will argue the best one, of course, is Episode 4, or A New Hope. But awkward when you say, what's the first Star Wars film? And you go Episode 4. You know that argument. Hello there. I don't need to drone on about that. But Empire Strikes Back, I truly believe, is one of the best films of all time. And I watched that film just over and over and over again as a kid. But man, oh man. And real quick, I want to address, I think it all has to do with when, of course, you're born, the year you were born, the pop culture going on. Like if you were born like around the time of, say, I don't know, what's a good example? Return of the Jedi. You'd call Return of the Jedi your favorite film. I guess I was born around the time of Empire Strikes Back. Of course, I wasn't old enough to actually see New Hope or Episode 4 in the theater. But of course, my mom shares a story. Here's a lame story. Everybody's going to roll their eyes. But I enjoy this story because it's personal to me. That I didn't actually see A New Hope in the theater, but apparently I experienced it with my mother when I was, you know, not born yet. But weird story. I just think it's cool that I actually got to experience Star Wars even though I didn't see it. I was there. Strange, if ever, story though. But anyways, we took the long way. I just wanted to come back and see what the parade route looks like here. Because you guys were going, I thought you said you're going to Adventureland, go see pirates. And I said, yeah, but I gotta go see, oh, see, can you hear? I hear the Liberty Bell off in the distance on the opposite side of Tom Sawyer Island. But I'm just pointing the camera down the parade route because I just wanted to see what it looks like after the Disney Friends Adventure Cavalcade. And I'll slowly turn the camera back here. Oh, and I think I hear the Walt Disney World Railroad. I want to say I could tell the difference in the whistles, but I think so. So I was actually listening for the background area music, which everybody in the chat's probably all they could hear is just the wah 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 wah. Oh, whistle! See how good? I get all excited. And then we're back to the elevation talk. So as I was saying before, so I work parades and show support at Disneyland Resort, both at California Adventure and at Disneyland, and I worked every parade you could imagine, pretty much, including driving the floats, you know, all that backstage stuff. But at any rate, the point is driving the finale float on Main Street was no problem, but when it was at California Adventure, there was a grade going up, and it's very similar to this grade that we're walking on right now, and that finale float was so long, 115 feet long, and so heavy that you would floor that sucker 300 feet before you got to the increased elevation, and it would slowly go nowhere. So, cool story, bro. That's why I talk about the elevations, because I have personal experience driving the parade floats. Any float you could probably imagine, if you could remember at Disneyland, I probably worked it, drove it, did something with it. At any rate. And then we got E-Breeze back. Not including Star Wars, of course. Oh, I got excited because I thought I saw 3 E-Breezes. My mistake. 2 original E-Breeze chats. And over here on the right-hand side is the Golden Oak Outpost. We should just go take a look at the menu briefly. We are stanchioned off here because I think they're expecting more guests, but they are non-existent right now. So I think they're striking the queue, maybe. So we're going to swing around this stanchion here and walk in. Hello there. I just want to look at the menu right up here, unless I stare at this one awkwardly with you guys looking at me. Is that okay if I point the camera here? Oh, okay, thank you. So they offer the Tiana's famous beignets and the hot honey chicken with sweet potato fries. So there you go. Sorry if I'm...
You're fine.
Excuse me. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. So I just wanted to do that quickly while the guests are looking at me going, we just want to buy our stuff. Okay, see? They were nice though. I love coming here. Everybody's so nice. Everybody having such a great time. I'd say the time of their lives. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, that was the reason why I want to come over here too, is the tables. Look at it. So it's just the guest flow in this area at this time is just, I'm going to use the term non-existent, even though there are a handful of people at these tables over here. So it just winds down here after 5 o'clock. The sun is going down. It's becoming twilight here. And like I said before, there is a cold breeze. I wonder if the weather has anything to do with it. I can't imagine. People are putting on their jackets as I'm seeing right now. But I can't imagine people are leaving because, you know, you're getting like a cool breeze. This is like the best time of the day to be here. Main Street USA with twinkle lights, as you know. Okay, up ahead here, Pirates of the Caribbean entrance. Let's check it out. I'm just surveying the crowd. As always, there's a lot of people coming out of this exit or shop at the Plaza del Sol Caribe. And again, right up here, Pirates of the Caribbean, standby entrance. The wait time, I can see it from here, 20 minutes. So it's looking pretty light, and there's essentially no lightning lane return. And we got some cosplay going on here, not bad. And inside here, well, why don't we just go take a look inside? We could always back out. I don't want to commit to pirates because I'm looking at the juice and my batteries and cameras, and that's getting kind of low again. Hello there. Nice to see you. I may circle back. I just want to look at the crowd. Okay, so they say 20 minutes. And so it looks like a mass mob of people, but I would say this is not too bad considering. Not bad at all. And we were talking about in the chat earlier, of course, the queue, this amazing, charming queue designed by the Walt Disney Imagineers. It really puts you in the mood. Of course, with the background audio from Pirates of the Caribbean, I'm not talking the movie franchise, but I am talking the attraction. But there's just a quick look at what the queue looks like for a posted wait time of 20 minutes. And I'm slowly going to turn the camera around, and I think we have another chat that I'm looking at right now as I swim upstream. Dory says, just keep swimming, right? Well, I'm swimming. I'm trying to get out of here. Okay. Back in the, Caribbean Plaza. Over here at the Fuente de la Fortuna. It's a mouthful. I don't speak Spanish, but I just wanted to mention, I liked it better when it was a fountain. Even though it does look pretty with all the little flowers. I like the fountain here. Okay, I want to get back to the chat. TT's back. TT says, hi John, did you ever do the Pirate's Adventure? No, as it turns out, TT, I did not. Do you recall, was it free? Was there a cost? I just don't remember. I just don't have a recollection of it whatsoever. Can you please enlighten us? And then, of course, over here to our right-hand side, I can show you boring strollers, but I just wanted to show you, of course, with the guest flow and, of course, the crowds. The crowds are, I'd say, light to moderate right now in this general area coming into, of course, Caribe del Sol. And up on our right-hand side are the Leaky Tikis. Flanking that, of course, is the Flying Carpets of Aladdin, which the queue does look, yeah, I mean, it's sticking out. So there's some people here interested. So we could go in for a closer look. And there we go. So they're standby entrance, 20 minutes right now. And lightning lane, no return. Okay. So let's head back to Main Street USA. And TT says, it is free. They give you a map and it's like a little scavenger hunt in Adventureland. Oh, I think I know you now. Okay, so it's over by the Golden Oak. Hello there. It's Golden Oak. Hello there. Golden Oak Outpost, I think. There's that little structure there. Can you go get the map? Yes, okay. I have somewhat of a, okay. There's the interactive features of all those little, what do you call it? Gags, effects, where you go up and a cannon would fire. No, TT, so the answer, of course, like I said before, I've never done it, but maybe we will have to do that. But I'm guessing that it's no longer staffed past maybe 5 o'clock, something to that effect. But I'll have to inquire. Inquiring minds want to know. Thank you for asking that. Thank you for letting me know. Because there are things, even though you think that I am a big nerd, there are things that I have never experienced here at Magic Kingdom. So I learn something new every day. I've been here a lot, but no, I haven't experienced the Pirate's Adventure. Oh, and then here's a quick one. There's really no story behind it, but I could tell the Orange Bird story, how it came to fruition, of course, in the 70s with the citrus growers. But for now, we'll just focus on, I like Orange Bird. The depiction, the design of this character, Orange Bird, I think it's just so cool and neat, and I love they put it on the mural here with the smiling sun. And we could poke our heads into Sunshine Tree Terrace and actually see the figurine, the little maquette figure of Orangebird, as we awkwardly probably hold the camera above guests. But oh, hello there. I just want to just take a quick look here. I'll be right out. But yeah, as you can see, there's Orangebird just up there. As the camera's probably hard to focus, but what a neat figure. So cute. I like Orangebird. And you know what I especially love is how, I don't know what's been now, maybe 6-7 years ago, somebody could help me out in the chat probably, that the Walt Disney World Resort started utilizing the Orangebird character again, and they started selling merchandise. You know, like all the backpacks and the dresses. I love that. Bringing back all these characters that were original to this 70s, I think that's really cool. And then here's something I don't think we ever mentioned because we just haven't. We were always in a rush, a mad dash to get through this area, it seems like. But over here on our left-hand side is an outdoor vending location, which everybody knows about, I'm sure. It's the Spring Roll Snack Cart. It's just very popular, these little spring rolls. They have the 2 cheeseburger spring rolls, and of course the pepperoni pizza spring rolls. And look, I mean, the line is very, I'd say, short considering it. Every time I'm here, usually the line seems like it goes back in this direction over by the bridge. But I hear people talking about the spring rolls all the time. The pizza and hamburger. I think they just nailed it with that. And you could probably hear the Main Street background area music loop. Puts me in a good mood. We're headed over here in perfect time to see the Central Florida sun glistening and reflecting on that luminous paint on Cinderella Castle with its golden spires shimmering tall into the Florida sky. And the wind's picking up, and it's actually quite cold. It's a little chilly. It's probably headed down to the mid-60s now. But look at the sun reflect on the castle. That's a nice photo right there. I'll keep walking closer. See if we can get a little better view. But it's pretty nice from here. Still a large amount of people taking photographs here in front of the castle. And we can walk up. They'll let us walk up. They don't have the ramps closed for the show. Here, we could try to get a view down south, down Main Street. But here, I'll turn the camera over here to the crowd, give you an idea of everybody taking their photos. Hello there. It looks like I just saw some pyro, possibly some entertainment people enter a backstage door for the stage underneath there. Walking up the ramp here, Cinderella Castle. You can see the flags and banners waving in the wind. I'll give you an idea of all the people streaming out. Headed from Fantasyland. I really feel like I'm a salmon now. Or in Dumb and Dumber, 1994 with Jim Carrey, the Salmon Capistrano. Okay, I'll slowly turn the camera back here. And here's why we came up here. We wanted to get an overall view of what the hub. Oh, yet again, we missed the twinkle lights. They came on, and we weren't paying attention. One day, I'm going to capture the moment when they turn on. You know, like the Disney's Wonderful World of Color, and there's the episode. Oh, geez, I could be getting this wrong. Somebody in the chat, help me if I get it wrong. It's the the Tomorrowland episode, right? Where they do like half Main Street, half, well, I shouldn't say half. Pirates, Main Street, and Tomorrowland, right? And they do the Twinkle Lights, Magical Time. That's a great episode. But yeah, look at all the people. And I'd say it's light to moderate, or moderate to light, what direction you want to go. But very comfortable to walk around down there. You can see all the American flags just waving gently in the wind. What a sight to behold here at Magic Kingdom Park. And then we'll probably walk down the opposite ramp. You know, we walk up one, walk down the other. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom. Slowly turning to walk down the ramp. I'm trying to get over to the right-hand side. Of course, the Magic Kingdom, the most magical place on earth. And as I've mentioned before, we have a few out-of-town guests. I imagine they came from Tokyo Disneyland or Tokyo Disney Sea. We're back to the street level now. I imagine some of these people are resting and relaxing, but the ones that are truly looking like they camped out are waiting for Happily Ever After this evening to maintain their premium spot for, I believe, I'm going to say it, the best fireworks show ever created in any Disney park. Of course, I haven't been to every Disney park, but the entertainment that I've seen between Disneyland and Walt Disney World Resort, I think Happily Ever After takes the cake. And somebody help me out in the chat if they know, maybe I'm getting it wrong, but Stephen Davidson of Entertainment, I believe, created the Happily Ever After. But what a great show. It's even better than Wishes at Disneyland. That was a cool show. Wishes, of course, brought you the pneumatic launch tubes of the pyro that actually shot the fireworks up with air in a cylinder. Pretty cool stuff. And of course, the shells would explode at a predetermined altitude because they were smart and they had a chipset in the fireworks shell. Disneyland still uses that technology, and I could only imagine, because I don't know this for a fact, but maybe somebody does, I can only imagine they're utilizing the technology for Happily Ever After because, you know, those custom-made shells explode always at the exact altitude, it seems like. So they're probably using it here, but I just don't have the facts. But here we are, twinkle lights on Main Street, one of the special times of the evening, as you've heard me say before. What I love, of course, is his ice cream parlor, all in the golden glow of incandescent bulbs, circa the turn of the century, of course, you know, 1900, from the 19th to the 20th century. You know what you just don't see enough of? Incandescent bulbs. We get a lot of them here. Seems like the only place where we could see them. Well, maybe the Main Street Electrical Parade that, you know, glowed away and then kept coming back over and over again. And this guy had to drive the floats over and over and over again. But no, it was a very special time to drive the Electrical Parade floats, but lots of stories for another time.
Don't hug yourself, hug each other.
And as always, Disney Photo Pass photographer here on Main Street, along with the outdoor vending, balloon distribution. You can purchase a balloon over here. And I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but the balloons are very cool. You get two for the price of one. Meanwhile, still one balloon, but you know, an outer and an inner balloon if you choose to purchase that particular item. Oh.
Yeah, I have that.
Oh, they have 2 balloon vendors out right now. Okay. I didn't think it was that crowded, but it is. One day we're gonna have to get over here earlier than 2 o'clock because I wanna ride the Main Street vehicles before Disney's Festival of Fantasy Parade. I especially wanna get on the double-decker omnibus. I'd really like to ride that sucker up and down Main Street. Couldn't tell you the last time I've been on that. Does anybody in the chat have a, an affection for Main Street vehicles, whether it be the fire truck or omnibus? Off-roading, yeah. Off-roading. So, a gentleman with a double-wide stroller came off the curb. He's off-roading. Here we are back on Town Square with the Disney PhotoPass photographer. Maybe we could go to the upper level of the Main Street station. We could look north, the opposite direction, just because we looked south. No, never mind. I don't know. It looks like the cast member has a rope there. Yeah, there's ropes. They closed it. Okay, never mind. Too bad. Wah, wah, wah. And I'm gonna slowly turn around here. Look north. And of course, they've already done the flag retreat ceremony, so no flag here. There's the American flags flapping in the wind, of course, flanking east and west side of Main Street. All the gorgeous flowers. Oh, and Ryan Wesley's back in the chat. What's your favorite store, food place, or anything to visit on Main Street? That's a tough one, Ryan Wesley. Oh boy. Okay, I'll take you there now. I'll just say this is my favorite, because it is. And it's not exactly, well, I guess it's a store, but I'll show you here in a moment. And it's not a food place, but I like to frequent or visit this just because of the nostalgia. So, as you're probably aware, I like things that are original. Anything original to Magic Kingdom, anything in the 70s, I'm a sucker for, okay? So that gives you a clue where we're headed. So here, at the Main Street Cinema, where it says, of course, now showing Mickey Mouse Couture pieces, of course, because it's a merchandise location, there is a little display here for the 50th, which they still have it on the exterior of the cinema, but not the interior, but, somewhat. It's this. Okay, look at this. Okay, I was saying nostalgia. So the magic of Walt Disney World. Has anybody in the chat ever seen the actual film, The Magic of Walt Disney World, from the 70s? The promotional film? I encourage you to watch that film. It's a short film. It is pretty neat. But I'm sure there's a glare in the glass. That's why I'm kind of walking around the corner. But I love all these little artwork pieces indicating the original Magic Kingdom. So I can't get enough of this. So Ryan Wesley, this is my favorite right here. This is it. Of all Main Street currently. Because when they put this out for the 50th, I went nuts. Because, let's talk about it briefly, we won't go on a long diatribe, but the Mickey Mouse musical review that went to Tokyo, look at original opening day attraction in Fantasyland, and there's, of course, Orange Bird on a Tropical Serenade before they call it Walt Disney's Tiki Room. And then, of course, they say Grizzly Good Times, of course, for Bear Band, another opening day attraction. And the Swan Boats. We got to talk about the Swan Boats one time. I'm not sure how much I could show or see or pull up online because you can't find much documentary photographs or video. But Retro WDW, I believe, has some information on it. We may have to check that out. But the Swan Boats, that'll be a good story for another time. Love it. But the Vacation Kingdom of the world. I haven't been saying that phrase because I thought it'd be confusing to people. But I should start saying it. Because I love that marketing phrase. But going back, Far Off Jungles, of course, Jungle Cruise, opening day, Flights of Fantasy, Rocket Jets, and of course, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Fantastic Voyages, brought to you by Tony Baxter, of course, project manager on 20K. And on the opposite side, I just want to show you, it's essentially the same thing. They're duplicating it, but that's okay. So Ryan Wesley, this is my favorite store, if you will, okay? Because they also have more original, more nostalgic merchandise, although they have changed out these display cases from the 50th, and they did have I don't want to say original, but you know, they had apparel that mimicked the 70s and apparel that was offered at that time when Magic Kingdom was new. But in the Main Street Cinema at the moment, they offer, you know, the lukewarm, watered down merchandise versions in comparison to what they had here for purchase prior, because they had, like I said, the exciting Walt Disney World logo from the 70s on sweatshirts and t-shirts, hats, you know, all that jazz. So lukewarm merchandise in here now, I think. But somebody in the chat will say, but I like that. And I'll go, yeah, I know. I'm just comparing it because there's no comparison to the original merchandise, especially the original Walt Disney World logo. So, Ryan Wesley, favorite store, okay? So, camera pointing backwards, I'm walking out, back to Main Street. Hope that answered your question. But while we're here, Ryan Wesley's also saying, oh, we're getting a low 10% battery remaining on one of my cameras. It's a judgment call. I'll quickly say, food place on Main Street, I'm gonna have to say it's Coke Corner, because who doesn't love a classic American hot dog? Because, you know, the Plaza restaurant is usually so packed and busy, it's hard sometimes to even get a stand up in there. And Tony's, of course, there was a chat viewer talking about Tony's and the experience they had there, how they ate inside in the dining patio. It's just so chaotic at Tony's, you know? So, but even though it's kind of chaotic over at Coke Corner, you could always mobile order. So you could be anywhere in the park, mobile order and come pick up your hot dog. And then of course you could enjoy it on the exterior patio dining location and enjoy the Coke Corner pianist, excuse me, the piano player. And the wind's blowing it here. So as we walk back here to Casey's Corner, I keep calling it Coke Corner, but everybody else probably knows this as Casey's Corner. I call it Coke Corner because, of course, that was, as far as I understand the story goes, that's legitimate, that Walt Disney actually called it Coke Corner, so it stuck. That's what I've always heard at Disneyland from all the cast, especially the older guys when I started working there. But there's no piano player here at the moment, but I just wanted to show you, look, you get your hot dog at Casey's with the cast member guarding the door because they don't want too many people in there because of fire code. And then you come out here and of course there's the music and the ambiance. And then you got all these tables to choose from, which are usually just packed, but there's a few open tables right now, which is looking pretty good, so not bad right now. But a lot of people still pouring out of Casey's Corner with their hot dogs and coming to eat here. So, and most people I hear, like a lot of guests, I do hear the feedback that they do enjoy the hot dogs here. They say they are good. I haven't had one for a while. Last time I had one, it was good. They especially give you a lot of French fries, that's for certain. A lot of people enjoy the corn dogs too, I hear. But since Ryan Wesley brought that up, we just came back here. So we'll head back to Main Street. And I'm looking at the battery percentage on the camera. So I could go get a fuel rod or I could sign off. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make it to a fuel rod because the battery percentage is pretty low. I think I'm going to lose one of my cameras. But why don't we do this? Why don't I stroll down Main Street, put you on picture, and we'll just do a quick recap. When I say you, I mean my face on picture-in-picture, so you could enjoy the ambiance of Main Street while moderately viewing my face. Which, remember, I have a face for radio, so look away.
Daddy, come here.
Oh, you're there! So, of course, we're on Main Street USA here at the Magic Kingdom. And then we came here today to make the video. I'm looking because there was a ECV cart and I didn't want to get run over. So let me look down where my feet were in relation to the big wheels. But we came here today is, why is the Magic Kingdom so crowded? But it's, of course, President's Day weekend and we had Valentine's Day extra crowded on Friday. We just wanted to do a recap of the attendance here at the Magic Kingdom. Check out the wait times and, of course, experience Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade and Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. That was fun. Those are the highlights of today, of course, because as I always say, I love a parade. I can't sing, I always say that too. So don't expect anything more out of that. You guys are probably like, just stop singing. Okay, so we're on Main Street. We're headed towards Town Square, and I'm looking at the camera percentage. It is going down fast. So, John with Fun to Be Free. Sadly, the time has come for us to sign off. But as I've said before, I'll be back. I don't know exactly when I'll come back to the Magic Kingdom because I got a lot of other content to get to. We haven't even got to Epcot Center history yet. I can't wait for that. And I'm sure you won't be able to handle it because I am going to be over the top because I am an Epcot Center type of guy. You think I know a lot about Magic Kingdom? You just wait till we get to Epcot. Holy smokes. But I'm over here by Christmas Tree Point, and I'm going to step up on the curb. I'm looking to see where the curb is so I don't trip awkwardly on it. Stepped up. But again, here we are in Town Square, but sadly, we gotta go. Thank you for joining me, and we'll see you on the next video. Take care.